Hello everybody, and welcome back to another fabulous episode of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. Tonight, my dears, we are on episode 13 of our ongoing D&D campaign. And, well, last week was exceptionally exciting with a delightful battle against a dangerous enemy of my own design, Famrit, the Esper of Water. Today, we take a more relaxing approach as the party takes a breather and reaps the reward of their battle. Before we get into anything, let's go ahead and run through our typical announcements. To start, up above, I'll remind everybody that we do still have an ongoing donation goal. Donation rewards are turned off for today, although if you purchase something like that, the collar tag or the $100 shot of Malort, since those occur later, they will still be honored, just not in the middle of stream since we are telling a story tonight. However, we are 82% of the way to our goal. 82%. We have just over $200 remaining to reach our goal. I am exceptionally excited. Thank you so much for all of your continued generosity, everybody. 22 days to go on that goal, and when we return to normal non-D&D streams, of course, donation rewards will be active again. If we hit that $1,200 at any point, then I have promised everybody my first ever 24-hour stream, a 24-hour maid stream, a 12-hour bikini stream, and a spicy commission of my Persona Rex for everybody to enjoy. So, look forward to those. We're very close. Once again, all of this money is going to help my boyfriend and I move to Nebraska into a bigger and better home, so you'll also see improvements to the channel from this as well. Moving on from that, we want to give credit where credit is due, so as always, our music for today's session is provided courtesy of Ian Fisher, who was kind enough to provide us a license to their music. Please check them out. Their links are in the chat. You can use exclamation music at any time to give them a look. They're on YouTube and on Patreon at Tabletop RPG Music. Perfect background tracks to use in your own campaign. They release 1 or 2 every month, and if you subscribe at the Bard or Troubadour tier, not only do you get access to the hour-long looped versions, but at the Bard tier you get to make suggestions for the monthly theme. Very excited. I put forward a suggestion to Ian, and he was very receptive. So hopefully we'll be seeing a track that might be themed towards upcoming events in the campaign. They seemed intrigued by the idea. So, fingers crossed, everybody. Looking forward to it. Of course, it would be remiss of me not to mention the merch. Kadra, I still need to update the page. I haven't caught a breather in between other things. But
no worries, no worries.
Our player here, Kadre Daro, aka Mako Alavo, is the creator of some of the newest merch. If you see the banners for each of the Cardinal Argi on there, those are designed by him. Nathrisa's was made in part by Jewel, our player for Nathrisa, as well. So pick those up. You can get them on mugs, on blankets, on towels, on pillows, and the like, and take home a little piece of your favorite character. We also, of course, have the lovely art by Lopvenir of Alunair, Goddess of the Moon, now available in print version, so if you'd like a nice poster to hang in your room, you can get that. Oh, and the map of Salika, of course. What else? Is that all we did? Merch, we did music. Donation rewards off for today. Am I forgetting anything? I think that we're good. I'll remind everybody on...
I was trying to think of what else there might have been.
I'll remind everybody of how we function on game days just before we start. But anyway, the rest of the players should be on their way shortly. So now until 10:30, for the next 25 minutes or so. We're just going to be hanging out with all of you, so feel free to say hi in the chat. We're happy to talk with you. If you have any questions, please let us know. I'm going to tag the rest of the players to let them know that we're on.
Excellent. Oh, more work on that song that I shared, I think, the time before last.
Fabulosity.
I can share a little bit of it if you want to hear. If not, that's totally cool either way.
I'd love to.
Alright, let me get...
Slev, why are you bottom speaking in my chat? Hi. Are you generating secure passwords for me? Keyboard cat. Okay, fair. Well, while you're getting the music ready, oh my god, everybody, I'm super fucking excited. Guys. My suit is practically done. They sent me pictures of the hand paws that are done. They said today that they're putting the finishing touches on them and then shipping. So my suit is gonna be here soon. I'm gonna have my suit before I move.
Nice.
And they said that they're excited to see me stream in it too. We were talking back and forth today, and I was like, oh my god, I need to get in-ear headphones. And they were like, at the same fucking moment, we had the same thought, and they were like, oh my god, I wish that I were a prop maker, because now all I can picture is, like, big headphones for them. I'm like, fuck, I just had the same thought.
Okay, this is just a snippet, and it probably sounds terrible, but I'm proud of the way the harmonies came out, and I really like the melody.
Okay, let's hear it. Hit me with it.
Alright, let me check, make sure the volume's good.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
Run that again? I wasn't looking at my audio. Hi, Avery. Thank you so much, darling. And Sleepwell, thank you for showing up. Just to wish me luck. Okay, yeah. So it should be fine. I've adjusted it in OBS, so it won't be too loud for viewers.
Okay, sweet. I don't want to hurt anyone's ears. Preference agenda, throw 'em in a blender. Judgment, return to sender. Shine out loud, no hide your truth. Whatever you do, be you.
I do love the harmonies. Obviously, I know that you haven't done the final tuning yet, but
yeah, and I haven't tidied them up on rhythm or stuff. And I recorded it with my headset mic, so that's a really rough draft.
but the conceptual harmonies, excellent. Okay. I'm loving it.
Okay, sweet.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'll get sued if I say that.
I want to show you the conceptual intro. I'm not sure if this is the one I want to go with, but
okay. Yeah. Sure. Let's adjust the volume down though, because your voice is much quieter than the music, and I'd rather not have to pump up and down the Discord audio on OBS. Hey, Lilith!
I will crank my voice and drop the volume a little bit. Okay.
You having caffeine for dessert, Lilith?
That sounds interesting. Is that too loud?
No, that sounds fine.
Okay. And there's gonna be like a big, thing.
Interesting.
It'll get
I like it.
big, and I don't know. It's bits and pieces that'll come together at the end, as they always do. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I know you're pretty good at weaving harmonies.
I think just separate components, but they blend.
Indeed.
mainly that's because I'm too lazy to pick one theme for a song.
Yeah, sorry, automod is on for links. So because we get bots all the time that try and post links, and we don't like that here. Subscribers can post links. Here, let me see. I might be able to still see it. Yeah, I can copy and paste it from mod view and just check out what you posted. Excuse me. Sugar Rush milkshake bar. Oh my god. Oh, I think there used to be one of these near us. They opened up like right before the pandemic, and so they closed basically immediately. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Lilith. Mwah. Thank you, thank you. Much love. Mwah. Whew.
Why am I so excited?
Because you beat a powerful enemy without a single party member going down.
That's
and
fair.
You gotta level up. So it's exciting stuff, man. Exciting stuff.
I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not normally this excited for just D&D, but I think, you know, the lack of a soul-sucking, depressing job hanging over my head, it's
that tends to
helping
help
significantly.
Yes. I know it's done wonders for me.
For the stream, those that don't know, I left my job last Friday and I'm starting a new one on Wednesday of next week, so I'm excited.
Yes, much excitement. Congratulations, by the way. I don't know if I properly congratulated you before, but I am very happy for you, my dear.
If you did, my ADHD doesn't remember.
Yeah. It's okay, we both have memory problems, so, if this is the second time, then it's like brand new, fresh, in the minds, and feels like the first time.
Yes, it does. Another cool bit of news. So, you know how my sister sent me those really, really pretty dice?
Oh, yes?
Apparently, she also bought me a dice rolling tray. Like, it's a leather... It's... I'm not sure if it's leather or pleather, but it's got like that kind of leatherish bottom, and then it's got the felt interior with the emblem in the center, and it, you know, snaps open to lay flat.
Right.
But yeah, she got this for me, and I didn't know. When
That's
it arrived, I was
awesome.
like, what the hell is this? I was like, oh,
That's fucking
it's
cool.
so good.
Speaking of, I do remember I said that I might allow certain rolls with dice at home. I haven't forgotten that.
I know.
Yeah.
But now I've got a whole like tray for it, and it's this dark blue color, so it's even more thematically perfect.
Hi, Abusand. I saw you join, but we were in the middle of a conversation.
Hey.
Really quick, since you're here, what is your new health total? Because you were the only one that hadn't posted it.
I thought I did.
Did you?
Yeah, like 2 minutes after.
Oh, well, I might not have seen it.
It was after where I said, I rolled a nat 1!
Ah, gotcha. Okay, let me check.
Good.
105, there we go, okay. Jesus Christ.
God!
Yeah, we've got...
The party wizard, you guys!
The wizard cleric.
That's 108 health.
Yeah, we've got Kadri over here at 70. We've got Nathrisa at 58, the lowest in the group. We have 64 for Aelin, and then Apusan nearly doubles Nathrisa's health with 105. Jesus,
how the hell do I have
crazy.
more health than Aelin?
Aelin's rolled
Bard?
kind of poorly.
I think Bard and Monk had the same hit die.
Yeah. Bard, Monk, and Rogue all have the same hit die, and Aylin's just rolled worse than you have. That's it.
Oh.
I just have so like I have the same hit die as Nathrisa. I just have absurd con and then toughness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then you took toughness.
I had yes.
Yeah.
I wanted. I didn't need it, but I wanted it.
You're like, you know
Listen,
what?
I'm a frail,
I
beautiful
like
lady.
tanky.
On top of that, you get like natural armor.
Yep. I got AC 16 without any armor whatsoever.
Yeah.
God.
Who needs mage armor? Just
No.
Me,
honest.
Mage
I
armor?
do.
Mage armor reduces my AC if I remember correctly. If I
yeah,
go
because
by mage armor.
it makes it like 13 plus dex, which is -1 for you.
Yeah. Like 13 plus intelligence, or my was the exact same as AC.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's like, oh yeah, this is pointless. Like I don't need to cast mage armor. I have chonk.
Chonk.
My defensive method, chonk.
Mhm.
My defensive measure, cake.
Cake.
Hey,
My
that's mine.
thick lexicon.
Yeah,
Cake
13
is
plus
my
dex.
thing.
13 plus dex. It would reduce my AC to 12.
Yeah.
Mage armor.
Also, can I rant to you guys? Oh my god, I've had a fucking day.
Sure. What's up?
Sure.
Tell us. Lay it on us. Spill the tea.
So I work retail, and it's literally tomorrow is my last day at this job.
Yes.
I know, thank the fucking Lord.
We're all quitting. Like, we all
Yeah.
are like,
Yeah, we're like,
Fuck
we're
it.
fucking.
we're done.
This is the year. The 2022 is the year we're done with bullshit employers, and we're looking to
They're calling it the
enhance
Great
ourselves.
Resignation.
Yep.
The Great Resignation.
They
No,
are
literally.
fucking
They've
doing it. It's a
that is
real-
that is a legitimate term
Yes,
that has
it
been
is an
used. Yes.
actual thing.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, well, apparently this is true. It's more true than I thought. Anyways, so today though. So yesterday I worked a 10-hour shift from open to close. So 9:30 to 7:30.
Gross.
And then today I worked open to close, and tomorrow I work open to close. Because they're trying to wring every last drop out of me before I leave.
Of course they are.
Brutal.
Yeah, of course. What else are they gonna do?
Abusive,
They literally are gonna
capitalist
close the
bastards.
store because I'm leaving. They're like, we have no coverage, and I'm like, so that fucking
You have
sucks,
power.
bitch.
Good, fuck them.
Well
You
said.
should have been nicer to me.
To be weekend off, asshole.
Yeah, fuck. I didn't even ask for any specific days off. I was like, listen, I just need to not want to kill. No, you can't do that? I gotta go.
Yeah, they can't even fucking handle that? Nah. Bitches.
Nah.
I mean, they can't
bitches,
handle
yeah.
paying their workers a living wage, so...
So not. Yeah, no, of course this is minimum wage, of course. You know, no benefits.
Disgusting.
And I'm a key holder. And no difference from anyone who just started. Anyways,
Disgusting!
disgusting. So, this morning I got there early to like open up the store. We only had 2 people the whole day at a time. Someone came in at 11, and then the morning person who opened with me left.
Mm-hmm.
We had one person who tried to come in. They got sick and had to leave. And the person that I closed with was a new person. This was their second day.
Ooh.
And I had to close with them. And so I got out 20 minutes later than I was expecting. And also people tried to stay in the store past close. And I was like, so we need to wrap this shit up and I need to go home. So
It's like, alright,
you could
people,
just
move it
leave.
along. I don't give a shit about any of you.
I'm like, you can ask all of these questions tomorrow morning at 9:30.
I can turn the fire alarm on, and you will want to leave.
No, they won't. Are you
I will
kidding?
start
Are you kidding? No.
serenading
They'll
you
be
with
like,
my beautiful voice.
Can you turn off that music? I don't like it.
It's called an
Can you
alarm,
turn
and no.
Can you turn up the thermostat?
Leaves a review
No.
on Yelp.
Uh,
1 star. Fire
Don't.
alarm went off. It was really annoying while I was shopping. Couldn't think straight.
Oh.
Also, employees
hate
care
Yelp.
more about getting home than helping me. No shit,
they were
Sherlock.
Yep. So,
Like,
if I can do
yeah.
a quick no, I mean to like game tangent if I may briefly.
No, I
Mhm.
just needed to rant that. Thank you for listening.
No worries,
Absolutely.
yeah, we're here for you.
Go ahead. Al.
So spell preparation with my current level and total spell slots.
Mm-hmm.
oh,
I want I'd like some clarification because the way that it's being handled in D&D Beyond is slightly different than the way you've been handling it. So I want to just clarify things.
Okay.
So the way it handles it is, since I have 9 in Wizard, it only has me able to access spells of up to 5th level or higher, because total Wizard level spell slots, well, total Wizard level learning up to level 9 puts me at level 5 spell slots. And for Cleric, I only get to level 1 because I've done only 2 levels of Cleric. But since it's combined spell slot total, I have level 6 spell slots available. The way that we've had it done currently is, since I have level 5 spell slots available, I was able to equip stuff, like I was able to equip mass cure, or like mass healing word, I think it was. Check that. Mass cure wounds, even though that's a 5th level cleric spell with 1 level of cleric.
Okay, let me see. You determine what spells you know and can prepare for each class individually as if you were a single class member of that class. If you are a ranger for Wizard 3, for example, you know 3 first-level ranger spells based on your levels in the ranger class. As a 3rd-level wizard, you know 3 wizard cantrips, and your spellbook contains 10 wizard spells, 2 of which, the 2 you gained when you reached 3rd level as a wizard, can be 2nd-level spells. So
that means I do
rules
need to do
is
some
written.
rearrange.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Rules is written. You actually, you would have rules is written. You would have a 6th level slot, but you would not be able to learn 6th level spells. You'd be able to learn 5th level spells because you have the levels in Wizard for that.
Yes.
And you would be able to prepare 5th level spells in Wizard, but only 1st level spells in Cleric. But you can upcast using your higher spell slots.
Correct. That's what I was understanding last time, but I was being told I should prepare mass cure wounds. It's like a 5th level cleric spell, even though I could only technically know, 1st level cleric. So I want to make sure that the way it's written in the book is the way that we're handling it. So I need to redo a little bit of my
Yeah. For now, that was a misunderstanding on my part. Rereading the rules, we are going to go rules as written. If it gets frustrating to all of us, if I think that the balance would be better the other way, then we will swap back to how I had been handling it. But for now, let's go rules as written.
Sounds good. I will make sure I have myself prepared properly. So I do still get cure wounds, because that's 1st level cleric.
Mm-hmm.
I still have healing word, I believe I had it prepared, because that's 1st level cleric.
That is 1st level, yes.
So I do get to pick 1 more cleric spell, because I now can have an extra cleric spell prepared. But I no longer have mass healing, mass cure wounds. I'm totally cool with that, because that is how we were intending to run it.
Indeed,
That's rules as written. So I just hit pick 1 more spell, and I should be set.
And you get your channel divinity, which
I
can't wait
so
to
cool.
see in use.
So freaking cool.
And for everybody out there, Alpusand is now 2nd level in the emotion domain cleric, which I wrote myself. I haven't had the time to spruce it up to put it on the Patreon, but for those of you who want to support the channel, we do have a Patreon, patreon.com/thegrinninggamer. There are already homebrew things that we use in our campaign on there, like the etheric transcriptor, like the knowledge system that I created, and the emotion domain cleric is going to be up on there soon. There are spells in it that I didn't write out because Abisand is probably not going to reach those levels in that class, and I need to write those out before I put the final version up.
I could poke at the deep magic cleric stuff, but I think I know which one I'm going to use. Which spell I've learned.
Mm-hmm.
Prepared. Oh
no, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I
Inflict wounds.
Spell.
Oh yes, it's such a good fucking spell.
Also,
I know.
Oh yeah, Carter, you had that link to stuff that had the deep magic in it, and I was
Yes.
like, oh, I could use that. I need to bookmark that, because I was going to look through it again, and I needed to make my list.
It is literally just 5e.tools.
5e.tools. Awesome. I almost spelled that wrong. I already did. I put that wrong already.
Yeah, and then if you want to add deep magic to it, what you do is you click on the spells first, and then it'll open up that thing, and you'll see the big list. And you go to Utilities, Homebrew Manager, and then you will
add deep magic.
Yep, Bingo.
Yep, we've got that in. Awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, and then you can go to filter to your heart's content. First
Thank
click.
you.
Yeah, so you already probably know how to do all that, so I'll shut up.
First level cleric and knocked out Apocalypse Blood Fiendish Void. Perfect. Thank you. Also, hilariously, if we're going by combined class names, I'm either a Clarizard or a Wizlick.
I like Wizlick.
Wizlick.
I personally like Clarizard.
Abusan, use Wizlick.
Charizard. Thank you. Clarizard, use Wizlick.
Perfect.
Can I ask a clarifying question as well?
Yes.
Should we update our sheets currently, or should we wait till we're out of this chamber?
You may go ahead and update your sheet. However, you do not gain, you do not restore your new spell slots or your new health. In Nathrisa's case, you, the new hit points would have been gained after the fight. According to my end of fight report, once you had finished healing Nethrisa, you actually overhealed to 58, which is your new health.
Oh.
So you're at max right now.
Hey, okay.
Everybody
Sick.
else is slightly below their previous max, so.
Okay.
Whoa.
Good to know.
Unlucky.
So just spell slots are the only thing which didn't.
Unluck on
Yeah.
that
Back.
is cleric.
Um,
Apparently.
And then another
Mhm.
thing to ask, did you see my other myth?
I am looking at it now.
Bit.
Yes, that would be possible.
Now I'm curious what
Sweet.
spells clerics get.
Hi, Adam. We're not quite in the game yet, so I can say hi. Yeah. Oh, however, this does remind me, since we are on the topic of homebrew and stuff like that, I would like to give a shout out to Mythmaker 5e. We have started using some of their spells. Cadre has picked one for their level up. And additionally, I keep forgetting, we need to pay attention to the fact that I have implemented Mythmaker's equipment overhaul into the game. I don't think that anything from that would have played into the last battle, but I do need to make sure that I remember those features.
Where? Okay, you might have to link that to me so I can look at it and
Yes.
review it so that I can actually remember it. Apusan, Bane is also a cleric spell, which is
Yes.
Bane and
Very good for
Bless.
support. Yep. Although I do have Battle Mind, which can do all those things if I don't immediately lose concentration.
Yes.
I would recommend using Deep Focus.
Yes, that would have been better next time. I've got that at the ready now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't have that at the ready yet at the moment, but I do have it something I do have it known. I'm currently now giggling at life transference arrow with the longbow.
Oh.
I mean, it's a
Life
magic arrow.
transference
So it doesn't-
arrow doesn't use an actual arrow.
Exactly.
Oh.
It's just really funny to have that mental image. I'm going to
Yeah,
heal you.
yeah.
Stand still.
This won't hurt a bit.
The longbow stuns you.
Does it?
Does it? We can pull it up.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, because he's immune to stun. That's why he did. Okay.
Attack rolls are at disadvantage. Attack longbow,
Because
transfer
he
to
was
log.
in his
Medium size or smaller.
ultimate.
Ah, there
Yeah,
you go.
medium size or smaller. I didn't remember that part, but also like he was already in his ultimate
Huge.
Ava
move.
mode.
Plus he has legendary resistances. Where's
Yeah.
Aelin?
I have not heard a word.
I mean, they said they'd be on in a bit.
Yeah, but that was 24 minutes ago. It's time. They're usually never late. They're usually the
although-
first one here.
Although, if you did get Bane, you could cast Deep Focus, Battle Mind, Bless, Bane.
Is Bane
Whoa.
concentration?
Yes.
that if you cast
Bless and
Deep
Bane are
Focus,
both
then-
concentration.
But if you cast Deep Focus first,
Battle Mind is also concentration,
but then Battle Mind no longer requires concentration.
but you can't concentrate on Bless and Bane.
No, but that's the point. Deep Focus makes it so that the spell does not require concentration.
Right, but you're
Then-
talking about 3 spells.
Deep
That
Focus
require
doesn't require concentration.
Yeah, but
You
then
said
Bless and Bane
Battle
are
Mind,
separate.
Bless, and Bane.
Sorry, I meant okay. Battle Mind gives the effects of Bless, is what I meant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
got it.
sorry about that.
No
Okay, I
worries.
can totally understand why you're. Yeah, that would be. Sorry about that. I should have been more clear.
No, it's fine.
That
It's all
was
good.
probably very confusing.
It was.
Clarification, communication.
Yes.
None of us know what we're talking about. Aelin, where are you? Screams into the void.
Void grievous
Hello,
injury.
Mr. Obama. Hello. Hello.
Also,
Ooh,
genuinely,
negates crits.
genuinely, like,
Bane negates crits.
No. Avoid grievous injury is a reaction
Oh.
to divination deep magic spell.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
avoid grievous injury.
Yeah. It
Yep.
basically just goes, no, that's not a crit.
Yep.
I mean, it only does
First-
that, but it's still neat.
I'm still happy with inflict wounds because now I can do Arcanist Reserve, necrotic, 6th level inflict wounds.
God.
Excuse me while I
See.
dissolve your life.
Yeah.
I love that the little material component says a little crown worth 50 gold pieces.
Yeah. I love the little material components.
Wait. Oh.
Do keep in mind, Apuisand, if new spells that you gain require material components that have a gold cost, you will need to acquire those.
That is correct. Yes, I do need to acquire those if I do have them, but I don't believe anything I have currently requires a gold cost. I'll double check to make sure though. For cleric, let's see here.
That includes stuff that is not consumed.
Yes,
Like I made her
Uh,
purchase the wheel, and she will have
yeah.
to purchase a crown.
inflict wounds.
If it costs
Uh,
money, that's like the one you have to get.
Does
Mhm.
that
Yep.
spell consume the crown?
No.
Then you could borrow Cadre's circlet.
No.
Yeah, you have to be touching it as part of it. So
Yeah, that's what I was saying. She could borrow.
if
it.
if
Like,
you
unlock that.
were to lose your crown, then you could always just touch Cadre's head.
True. I'll just be like,
Remember-
Cadre, give me a minute.
I'm imagining like in the middle of
Swap.
battle, you're just like, yes, exactly.
Or longbow. That was great.
Oh, I get another.
What?
You said to give you the longbow.
Oh yeah, that was. You should branch out.
This is it. This
Oh,
is how
God.
it's
That
done.
was gold. That was solid fucking gold.
That was so fucking good.
Thank you.
And I cannot fucking believe that Aelin managed to get the final hit with the
Oh,
Shakespeare
stiletto.
stiletto.
Those.
I-
God, that was so perfect. The last
Completely
two
fucking
major
forgot
hits on it.
that
were-
that was a thing that I had given you guys.
The longbow and Shakespeare's stiletto.
have-
Absolutely insane.
We have such absurd, wonderful things, and now we have
Our
the power
very
to make them
serious
even-
Esper got fucking obliterated by memes.
What you
Got
say?
Stunned to death. He got hit with epic
Sorry.
pus.
So
Sorry,
apparent.
I
and-
had
What you say?
I had an emergency I had to take care of,
Oh, that's okay.
but everything's okay.
Welcome. We waited.
Thank you.
We waited for you.
You waited.
So, yeah, we were just discussing the hilarity of the end of the fight.
Oh, yeah.
Solid gold, baby. I loved it. Fabulous. Well, we have everybody here now. Let me go ahead and prepare us. Aelin, your level up was easy, so I don't think I need to ask if you've completed it.
So was mine. You get health points and a spell.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure that you got my health right.
Mm-hmm. It was 64, right?
Yep.
Yes.
That's right.
I have updated it appropriately. You may start the music that I posted in Groovy. Something relaxed for after the battle. Let me...
Turning the volume down.
Yeah, put this at a good level.
Yeah, right there. That's good.
So, our story begins. Last week, on Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, the party faced their mortality. In the vaults beneath Astadash, they took on the powerful and fearful Esper of Water, Famrit, the Darkening Cloud. However, unlike their first tangle with an Esper, this time, not a single one of their group fell. They were victorious despite the raging torrents and the mighty blows that they weathered. They felled the creature, and Nathrisa claimed the second of her summons. Now marked by Famrit and able to call him into being as well, the party stands amid their victory. Around you, the platforms of stone extend in 4 directions through the chamber. The natural stone, the basalt columns dripping water all around. Actually, I wrote exposition for this. I don't know why I'm not reading it. Having faced a terrifying battle, you stand now amid the deep chamber with nothing but the soft sound of lapping water at the platforms to accompany you. The raging torrent has subsided, and the only evidence that it existed at all now is the layer of water on the short-lipped stone and the incessant dripping of water off the stalactites and broken natural pillars of the ceiling, which form almost a rain across the surface of the disturbed cistern. Little bloop, beep, beep, bloop, bloop, all around. With the slow grinding of stone, you hear the doors of the chamber open again behind you, and in synchrony, so do 3 other doorways, one at the end of each walkway. Through them, you can see a warm light pouring as the stone doorways shudder to a halt, revealing individual chambers beyond. As the light floods out into the wet chamber, crystal above each doorway flickers into illumination as well, almost like a neon sign. The text is readable to those that speak Adrani, and the similarities to the vault within Bessunal immediately strike you. To your left, the doorway declares the words, life and death. To the right, the crystal reads, knowledge and art. And directly ahead, cryptically, the sign flickers with the words, the path and the power. You half expect to hear footsteps behind you. When last you set foot in such a sacred place, you had a guide to help you. But Tamapusari is not with you this time. You are alone here in the chamber, with only each other, your thoughts, and the secrets of these chambers for company. Cardinal Argi, what do you do?
Cadre pipes up and says,
Hold on. Okay, legendary quote.
Kadri opens his mouth.
Says,
Ding dong!
ding dong! I just imagine like this
Fucking
animated thing of
timing.
him just saying, him opening his mouth and then just suddenly his eyes going completely wide and his mouth doing like these two really weird shapes. And it's just like,
Yep.
There's a mockingbird in your
Perfect.
family tree.
Yeah.
I'm mortified.
I love it.
Where
Perfection.
that someone, please.
Wow, that's a clip right
No.
there.
Yeah. Oh, not what I want this to be doing. There we go.
Holy cow.
Okay.
He opens his mouth and says,
yeah. Front, left, right. Sound good?
Oh,
yes.
The one says the path to power. I believe that's what it said. The path to power?
The path and the power.
Path and the power.
What power? Is it
Well,
the
I mean-
power of the voodoo?
We will.
Unlikely.
I'm dead.
Now Theresa keels over and dies.
Yes.
I clutch my chest.
Let's
The
just
puns
head
These are
on.
too strong.
Let's just head on straight first.
Ah. So you go to the path and the power first?
Well, it's the one we have the most information for at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't
mean,
see
we
any
just have to-
writing for any other.
So the other chambers are labeled, if that's what you're saying.
Yes.
The
yes.
chamber to the left is labeled life and death. The chamber to the right is labeled knowledge and art. And the chamber directly ahead is labeled the path and the power.
My notes.
That one seems the most vague and mysterious, and I can't lie. Like my men, that also attracts me.
All right, we head forward.
I'm curious about all
Okay.
three of these, but I will
Same.
go along, of course.
I would like to investigate all three.
The knowledge and art one. I'm curious what treasures may lie within that.
Well,
What would be hidden, protected that would be also artistic? And,
There's nothing that says we can't visit all three.
Oh, of course, of course. It's just that seems the most esoteric of the three currently, or
of course
unrelated.
you guys
per
head
se.
to this one first. The one that I expected you to visit last. But that's okay, because these can be visited in any order. However, this does garner a change in music already.
Oh.
Son of a bitch!
Oh, we're gonna have to fight someone already?
Listen, if you could just let me rest for an hour.
Yeah, actually, could we take a short rest before we walk through the door? So,
I'm feeling fine, ish.
Well, this is ominous.
So, the water laps gently over the lip of the path as you proceed down the center towards the furthest door. The light spilling from this chamber is less warm and intense than the other two, instead casting a subtle blue glow onto the wet stones of the semicircular platform at the end of the room. Cautiously, you step up into the room beyond and are met with the subtle chill of long, stale air. Whatever your expectations were, this room dashes them immediately. There's no treasure, no murals, no books, no weapons, no grandiosity to this chamber. It rises in a simple hollow cylinder through the natural stone, the walls left rough and shaped by the hexagonal basalt columns. It is no more than 20 feet across, with no other exits or entrances, and though blue glowing crystals dangle from the roof, there's little to see aside from that which rests in the center of the chamber. Less than 10 feet ahead of you, a plinth of carved stone rises from the floor and flattens off at an angle into a circle, trimmed in a brass ring. The object upon it, or rather set into it, glows and hums with a soft vibration. It looks almost like a piece of art, but the energy and the noise emanating gently from it tells you otherwise. The object is about the size of Apison's head when not head, hand, when spread.
Oh,
And its core appears to be constructed of an icy blue crystal which spreads out from an intricately shaped rod inserted into the pedestal, into a curling cage around another set of crystals. Entangled in this cage is a crescent moon of white smoky quartz, which touches another of onyx facing the other direction. In the curve of these moons, there is placed a sparkling topaz star, one on each side. There is no label, no plaque, no indication of what this is or why it is here, but the questions only seem to continue. Behind this pedestal, dead center in the room, a thin, flat slab of stone sweeps up from the floor through the center, rising imperiously over everything. Though it is only perhaps half a foot thick and 2 feet deep, it extends more than 20 feet tall, leveling off in layers near the top tiers. Pulsing veins of crystal vanish into the floor at its foot and extend up the side in geometric patterns along which flowing light occasionally zips chaotically. Opusond, from the moment you stepped into the room, you could feel the presence of this tower. Through your marked eye, you can see curling arcs of eminence off of it. Like oil on water, the iridescent mist unfurls like a corona, bubbling out through the room in curling arcs that eventually thin, snap, and dissipate as new ones form from the structure. It is nothing near as powerful as the charted stone that you had witnessed so long ago, whose warping of the air was visible even to your less attuned companions, but the presence of the magic is palpable to you, who has opened yourself to the mist. There's some kind of power to the stone that you simply can't place. That is all that is in this chamber.
I start to... So, slightly lost in the details of the description. In the center, there is a blue crystal that holds a blue thing that holds a crystal inside. Yeah,
So,
I got lost.
Less than 10 feet ahead of you, a plinth of carved stone rises from the floor and flattens off at an angle into a circle trimmed in a brass ring. So this is just a little pedestal of stone. On it,
Right.
set into it,
Okay.
is an object. It is all one piece of multiple types of crystal. About the largest portion, the top, is about the size of Opuson's hand when spread out. It is icy blue crystal, a rod of which spreads out and then turns into this cage around the other crystals. The rod sweeps down and forms this intricate shape that vanishes into the pedestal, like it's actually set into it. It's inserted into the stone. So if you were to remove it, you would have to, draw it out.
Okay, so it's a rod with, that's inserted into the pedestal itself. That is the object, and the head of it is,
the head
bunch
of it, splays out and wraps around a... it's all one piece, so it's fused together, but it's made to look like a cage enveloping a white quartz crescent moon, a black onyx crescent moon, touching and facing opposite directions, so the crescents are facing outward, and in the center of each of those is set a topaz star.
And this is all one object?
Yeah, it's all one object.
Okay.
Whatever this is.
Looks like it's a staff.
I
It
wonder...
does look like it is.
It could be a ritualistic object used for Alunair, and I only say that because of the crescent moon iconography. Could I make a knowledge check of any kind?
Tell me what knowledge you'd like to use.
And
how many points?
I'm doing specific, and I'm doing the Watchers.
Okay.
3.
Spending 3 specific knowledge watchers. The particular iconography used here is not used in any of your teachings in the Watchers. Of course, there is the crescent moon, which can obviously represent Alunair. However, you haven't seen the onyx moon before. Usually, you know, if you were to depict a new moon, which is the only time that Alunair would be depicted in darkness, it wouldn't be a crescent, it would be a full circle. So it's odd to see a crescent moon in black.
Oh, was there more? Sorry.
No, that would be what you would get.
Okay. This kind of has some semblance of Alunair in it, but it's strange. And I wonder if it has anything to do, Cadre, of what we found back at the Temple of Hasesh. And what I've learned is kind of a strange mix of magic that seems to be a bit darker.
Could I make a... Actually, I'd like to make 2 checks if possible. A history check and an arcana check. A history check to determine if I've seen any kind of, like, similar type of iconography or representations, you know, star and then the 2 opposing moon crescents in other pieces of art.
Okay. That would be a history check. For Arcana, it would have to be a different question.
Right. For Arcana, it is a different question. I'm wanting to determine what kind of magical item would this most likely be.
Okay.
So I'm going to do the history check first. Okay, good. I am in rolls.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lean over to Apasan in the meantime.
You know what? Do I have room
And
for it?
ask him,
I do.
have you seen anything like this before? In
I'm
a
going to
temple, perhaps?
use my last 2nd level spell slot to cast Enhance Ability Intelligence on myself, because I have a feeling I'm going to need it while we're identifying all of this stuff.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen anything quite like this before, but I have an inclination to what it might be used
21
with.
for history.
Got it. Let them finish their discussion.
Sure, go ahead.
I just have an inclination of mist flow when seeing this.
Mist
But the only
flow.
way I know how to use mist flow is for the travel we've done before. But I know
You're
there's.
saying-
Go ahead.
What makes you think that, though?
It's got an aura around it that just feels open to the mist. It makes me wonder the path and the power. The path that could be some sort of isolated ley line that leads somewhere isolated. Perhaps.
Maybe other temples have a similar spot? No.
Cadre, with your history check, you would know. You're pretty well versed in history. You have to be a man in your position of your learning talents job. This iconography in this particular combination has never come up in your studies before.
All right, and on to Arcana.
And just to make sure, the slab of stone that is giving off that mist flow thing that Apasan sees is behind the item, right? Which is separate, or is the item itself also producing this mist thing?
The item is not producing the mist. It is the Tower of Stone. The item is on a small plinth in front of that, closer to you.
Okay. My mistake.
18 for Arcana.
18 for Arcana. Difficult to gauge exactly because you don't know how deep this item descends into the stone. Judging by the height of the plinth, it could potentially be a staff if it goes all the way down. More likely, it's a rod, which are also common magical items. Let me see.
What were the rods?
It does
that we
appear
had to
pretty
make?
thick for a staff. The
Sorry, the question I had was, what were the rods that we had to make to do the ley line stuff? What were they called?
well, those were
A
staffs.
dowsing rod.
They're called dowsing rods, but they might more accurately be described as staves because they are longer than a forearm, and they are used to kind of allow the body to. They're used as channels to allow the body to more naturally feel out the ley lines.
I'm gonna go up to the platform or the pedestal, and I want to look to see if there's any markings on the little slanted part, or actually on the pedestal at all.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Whoa.
27.
27.
Damn.
There is absolutely no mark on here.
Well, I guess we have a couple of options. First of all, I think overlooking this big slab of stone to see if there's any indication as to what this might be. And I do still have my knowledge moonstone that I can.
Given that there are absolutely no clues whatsoever as to what this thing is, I think this is the ideal moment to use it.
Right. Now the question is, do I use it on the... Yes, I think I should use it on the object itself.
I agree.
What are you two okay with this? Looking at Nasrisa and Apasan.
I am. Yes, I still want to ponder the pillar itself some more.
Yeah, no, I have no qualms with this.
All right, then I will use my reveal hidden knowledge moonstone.
Okay. Reveal hidden knowledge or the reveal control hidden knowledge?
Reveal control hidden knowledge.
Okay. So then, with the control rune inserted in there, what specifically are you attempting to learn about this object?
I want to know what it's used for. What its use is.
Okay.
Its function.
Yeah.
I would like you to make a moonrune check for me to see how powerful you can exert, how much control you can exert over the knowledge that you glean.
14.
14. Okay. You pull out your stone, and you place it with the runes facing the object against the object, and there is the subtle glow of moonlight as the runes flare and melt away, their power expended. They spread down over the object and then reverberate back up into your hand, and as they touch it, spreading across your fingertips like water, your mind begins to fill with a little bit of knowledge. Less than you would have hoped, but still very clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
This object is a key.
Okay.
Looking at it closely now, the knowledge helps you to understand. You can see the intricacies of the rod that's actually set into the pillar, and how it can be drawn out. It's these geometric shapes. It is, let's see. It's almost like a maze-like shape, this block of crystal. So it looks like it fits an extremely specific lock. And there is magic within it, but it isn't any particular spell. It's nothing that you cast or activate. It is energy that reacts with a lock. So only this key can open that lock. Where that lock is, though, is obscured. You know it's to a doorway that was sealed a very long time ago. And you know that knowledge of it is purposefully obscured. But with your roll, you're not able to glean more.
Does Aelin share this with the rest of the party?
Aelin says, I have no idea what this does. I'm kidding. It's a key. And, she goes to... Oh, God. Yeah, she kind of doesn't think that the pedestal that it's set in, is like... Well, first, she's gonna check for traps as she's saying this.
Okay. You've already done an investigation check for details. It was a 27, so I will give you that it is not trapped.
Okay, then Aelin will, as she's talking about it, she will attempt to pull it out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
As you draw the object from the stone, it rings softly. Shing, the sound of crystal scraping across rock. You can now see the full shape of the rod that was set into the pedestal, which appears to be about 3 inches on a side and a foot long as you fully draw it forth. It's pretty heavy, made of solid crystal. The tangled, blocky shape forms almost a maze, which fits perfectly into the receptacle in the stone like a key, though there is nothing here to turn. As the last few inches of crystal emerge, you hear a click, some mechanism inside releasing. From the room behind you, there's a soft shing of crystal moving, and then a gentle rumble and scraping of stone. Something in Famfrit's chamber moving outside of your range of vision. However, there's no alarm, no reaction from the pillar of stone, and no apparent immediate danger.
So Aelin's like, oh, it might have revealed something. Sorry. Yeah.
As Cadre glances out into Famfrit's chamber, you can see that it's only slightly changed. Moments ago, each of the 4 fully circular platforms that were out on the water, not connected by walkways, bore a ring of green crystal upon their center. Now these have opened like irises, and from each, a pillar is rising. You catch it as they're still in motion. On each of these pillars is a single item, and from here you can vaguely make out some of them. The largest of them is very clearly a staff, which is kitty corner from where you are. It's the furthest on the left. The others all look smaller.
Oh. Using this rod, she kind of points across the room towards the rising pillars. Let's go check that out. And as we're walking, Aelin says, this is supposed to be a key to something that was hidden long time ago.
Wait.
Now, for what it unlocks, I do not know, and whatever knowledge it protects was purposefully obscured, and so I could not peer in further.
Aelin?
But...
Wasn't one of the symbols involving the Mithril Grove and the Starlight Path a key?
Oh man. That takes me way back. Let me think. So as we're walking, I'm looking up notes.
Okay. So you step back out into Famfrit's chamber, and sploosh, the platforms with the little stone lips that you walk across still have a bit of water on them, so your steps kind of splash a little bit. Between the 4 of you, with your various perceptions, you can see all of the items, mostly Aelin.
I see.
Closest to your left, all of you can see this. Across the water, on the little platform, is the smallest of the 4 objects, but the most recognizable. On the pillar is clasped a single tiny stone of bright glowing blue, an Omelon crystal, the perfect size for the Akashic record. To the right, there's another stone, different from the first. It is a polished orb about the size of a closed fist, mostly clear, but from here, Aelin, you can just make out apparent impurities in it. A slight smokiness to the color of the crystal. You've already seen the staff, but now that you're stepping into the room, you can get a clearer picture of it. It appears to be fashioned of dark wood with intricate patterns of mother of pearl. Near the top, the wood changes instead to a number of curling carved carapaces, which balloon out like half a flower. Their soft blue color, apparently polished from the shells of giant crustaceans. In the center of these flower petals, so to speak, is a very large pearl which shimmers softly. Lastly, kitty corner on the right is an amulet. Aelin, you can make this out with your perception. Embedded in the coppery metal is a gem of a deep seafoam green, faceted like an emerald. From here you can see a carving on its surface, but you can't make out what it is.
Apasan, there's your Omulon crystal, if I ever saw one.
Yes, that is. I do need that.
Uh,
Greatly need that. I apologize if I'm understating this, but
Well,
No,
yes, you
it's
do.
fine.
That's what one thing that we're here for. And as I'm walking, no rush or anything. I'm just going over to the objects, and I am picking them up and taking them out.
Yeah. So, to be clear, hold on. Let me fetch the map.
Okay.
We have to like jump over to them, right? Or something of the like.
I glide.
Ah. Float.
Yep.
Float.
And as I'm floating, I say there is no iconography that I recall in my notes about the Starlight Path or the Mistral Orchard that has anything to do with this type of key. I'm pretty sure that this is going to probably be something in the depths of the Temple of Alunair.
So, I'm not going to lay it out and adjust the camera just for a peek, but if you look again, you'll see the 4 platforms that are disconnected with the green crystal on them. Those are where the items are. So they're not attached. So are you swimming over? Are you...
I jump.
You're Aelin, you can leap.
I just hop, skip, jump.
You practically are running on the water, I'm sure.
I can if I wanted to.
And this is Famfrit's chamber, not the rooms with the 3 doorways.
This is not the chambers past the doorways. This is Famfrit's chamber. Yes.
Okay.
Can I make an acrobatics check to hop over to... I guess the emerald one?
Yeah, if you get a running start, make an acrobatics check.
Sure.
Aelin, you go to which one first?
Let's see. I will go ahead and just get the Omulon crystal for Apasan.
Okay, so you hop over there easily enough.
Much.
And you pluck the Omulon crystal off the pedestal, which begins to rumble and sink back down into the stone. And as it vanishes down, the green crystal closes back over it.
Okay.
24.
24? Yeah, so, Cadre, you step up to the center platform, take a couple steps back, and take a running jump. With a 24, you can do a flip if you like.
Yes. Do one of those, things that they do at the Olympics, where it's that spin in the middle of the air.
Yes. So, and then you land, arms outstretched grandiosely, and then you reach out and you take the amulet. The pedestal does the same motion of sinking back down, and the crystal closes over it. And you have an amulet in your hand. You can see the carving on its surface now is a simple rune.
Oh.
Wizardly Quill, I read a 9.
Hmm?
Wizardly
Oh.
Quill, I read a 9. Hold it up.
I hand over the Omulon crystal, and then I will hop over to the polished orb.
Okay.
Thank you. I was debating if I should try swimming, and I knew I should not try jumping across. I just imagined myself attempting this, and
You're fine. It's easy.
it's not.
For me.
I'll jump back.
Okay. I'll give that to you freely. And you jump back. So
Okay.
you have the amulet in hand. Aelin, you hop over now to the polished crystal. As you approach it, can I have you make a history check really quick?
I do not think I am good at these. I am not. Oh, 18.
Oh, 18 meets the DC that I'd set.
Sweet.
Recognition strikes you. You recall seeing something like this before in the vaults under Best Thunal. Tamapasuri identified them as image crystals, able to lock a 360 image of the environment within them. And indeed, as you pick it up, you can see that what you thought were impurities is in fact an image contained within. You additionally recall that, so this one has been used. Obviously, it has preserved an image of some sort. But normally the way to utilize one would be to strike it with a cantrip level spell, or there are accompanying rings that you tap them with. And then afterwards, you may shine a light through it, and it will project an image of that portion. So if you shine it through from this side, it'll project an image of whatever was on the other side of the crystal. You can move it around and see the whole environment.
Okay. So you strike it with a cantrip, like a firebolt, or?
Well, that doesn't matter because this one's already been used. It would be to take the image. It just needs a tap of magic, essentially.
Oh, and so once it's used, that's it. It just
once
holds
it's used, yeah, it's like a piece of film. It's like a Polaroid.
Okay.
You know, you can't
So
use
it
it
can
twice.
be viewed multiple times?
It can be viewed as
No.
much as you want. You can to view it, you just shine a light through it, and it will, whatever side you're shining through, it'll project the opposite side's image. You know.
Okay. Then I will pick it up, look around in its setting just to make sure all it is a setting and no additional information.
Yeah, looking at it, the way that it preserves the image, it's distorted to the point that you can't make out details without actually projecting the image.
I meant on the pillar.
Oh, yeah, as soon as you pick it up, the pillar begins to sink back down.
Okay. Then I'll just hop over to the Darkwood staff thing.
Okay. If
can
Kadre
I
doesn't beat you to it.
Fair. Can I read what the rune said on?
You may make an Arcana check.
Sweet. $22.
22. What languages do you speak again? And at what levels?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember. I mean, it's Raymond, Lefayan, Venetian, and Keen are the ones that I believe I'm fluent in.
Yeah, let's see. Cadre's languages. You are fluent in Thieves' Cant and Lefayan, and you have basic knowledge of Raymond, Venetian, and Keen. With a 22, and that was an Arcana roll, right?
Yeah.
With a 22, you and your knowledge of languages, you would be able to identify that it is a modification of Venetian commonly used in enchanting, because it is the draconic tongue. This particular rune is related to water. So whatever enchantment is upon this object centers around water.
Oh, it's probably like a control water amulet then. We're all just trying to gather up the items so that we can have them gathered up, right?
Yeah, like I'm
Mhm.
not. Oh, I claim this.
Okay.
No.
Then yeah, Cadre will try and get the other one to save us all time.
Okay.
Making acrobatics check.
Bet. 25.
25.
Like a perfectly trained dancer, you jump across. The staff is very beautiful up close. I've described all the details of it already. Nothing new.
Yep.
So you just take it, and the pillar begins to sink down, closes back up, and you leap back. Yeah, you have all 4 now.
So we will revisit that center room with the large stone pillar, and then I think later we will take time to identify these. But let's continue to the other rooms.
Yes.
I'm gonna have you swap back to Dreams of Elysium.
All right
Okay.
then.
Now that you're finished with that chamber.
All right.
I'm glad I left that tab open.
Yeah, me too.
So, you have these 4 items gathered. Abusand, were you slotting the Omelon crystal?
Oh yes. Oh,
Okay.
absolutely yes.
So you had 4 slots remaining on the book.
Oh god, the Infinity Book.
You slot this
Wait till you
crystal.
see this lexicon.
You slot the crystal in. So now you have 3 of 6. And immediately, from the book, the spectral wolf, in full form, forms in front of you and kind of like steps out of the book and then like almost mirrors and looks back at you. Apusan, I am currently in the process of attuning to this new stone. I will inform you in a few minutes of its abilities once it is complete.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
He gives
Well
a
worth
nod
the
and then
effort.
vanishes, and the light kind of like trails back onto the book. And you can see the stone like flickering and pulsing as it's working.
Did he seem less robotic to you guys that time?
Aylin's like, I don't normally pay attention. It's just an illusion that sometimes talks. I would hope it's advancing.
Certainly in ability, but I'm curious about personality as well, if it's developing one with these stones, but we will see.
Rex, could you send me the description of the key?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
I'll send you my exposition for that.
Thank you.
You want me to DM it, or should I put it in private chat?
DM, yeah.
Okay. Which room are you visiting next?
I believe we're doing front, left, and right.
Okay, so you're going to Life and Death next.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Alright. Your footsteps carry you across the short walkway to the left, the subtle splash of water beneath your feet from the soaked platform. As the warmer light of the chamber beyond greets you, you step up into the room beyond, eyes adjusting to the change in light for a brief moment. Immediately, you see the dichotomy of the room. A ribbon of white stone divides the center of the chamber, splitting it in 2. To the right, the black stone of the chamber sweeps up suddenly into a tall ceiling, amid which there's a vibrant array of glass enclosures. In many of these, tiny ecosystems thrive, with thundering clouds or shining daylight gathered at the top of the terrariums. That's bothering me, indented for some reason. It reminds you immediately of the Chamber of Life in Bestinal, little snapshots of life stolen from the surrounding islands and stowed away for safekeeping. Yeah, I keep losing my place. Albuson, you recognize a great deal of the life captured here, as you've traveled the Isles before, although much of it seems very different than what you remember, older and unchanged by time, kept by the magics within. Yet, this side of the chamber is incomplete. More than half of the terrariums are unfinished and unfilled, the glass not fully installed or its inhabitants missing. Several of the chambers are unlabeled as well, and those labels that were made appear to have been done in haste. A few of the chambers appear to have been improperly set, and you see only piles of dirt and long-rotted corpses of the plants within. At least one tube is shattered, the dirt spilled along the ground with shards of glass and what appears to have been a violent thunderbolt from rogue magic within. Despite this, it is an intriguing sight. Far into that side of the chamber, you spot a lectern with a single book upon it. Turning to the left, you are met with the darker portion of the vault. To this side are gathered weapons of war, on racks of wood and stone. Armors are clustered against the wall in old stands, spears brush the stone pillars with their sharpened tips, and chests lay closed and bolted around the floor. Sorry, I have to keep clearing my throat. One of those days. On a number of the stands, you see armors... You see armors worked mostly from thick leathers and cloth, woven and dyed in incredibly intricate patterns, some of which are patterned like leaves in the fall or spring, woven of hundreds of little cutouts, and layered lightly for freedom of movement and, presumably, flight. Many of these bear what at first appear to be capes, but as you catch the shimmer of the plates from which they are constructed, you realize the pieces are shaped like feathers, armor for the wings of the Priquala people, meant to protect their most valuable assets without impeding flight. A large section of this side is taken up by constructs that bring you equal part curiosity and relief considering the tribulations you are soon to face. Huge constructs of wood, metal, and crystal that vaguely resemble ballista form a semicircle around a lectern that holds a small scroll case. You count a dozen of the weapons in all. Their arms are neatly folded in, mechanisms partly disassembled for storage, and they appear to be set upon wheeled carts. You would wager in this state they're small enough to exit the doors individually. Behind these, along the wall, a long cabinet stretches out for several dozen feet. Within you can see long, glittering crystals in various colors, sparkling subtly in the light. They seem to have been shaped in some way, though for what purpose, you can only guess.
I am very curious about the book on the lectern, and we will need to share these ballista with everyone as well. This would be excellent for defense. It seems that this room in particular was intended to be defended, but this could be used for defense overall. These armors, the ballista.
Right, given
The book and the crystals. I am very, very intrigued by this book and these crystals. And I would walk towards the book.
Okay.
I would walk towards the crystal.
Okay, so Option, you're going to the right side of the chamber, where the book was, past all the plants. Okay. And you're going to the crystals, Kadri?
Yes.
Okay. So Kadri, you weave your way through stacks of weapon, past the ballistae. Can I have you make... what would this be?
I'll help Kadri.
I'll have you make a smithing check, Kadri.
Alright.
As you walk past, just passively, really quick. See what you notice.
24.
I think I'm slowly walking behind Apusan, like, as he's, like, going to the book. Like, he clearly has a purpose to go to the book, but Nathrace is kind of lingering behind to, like, carefully look through all of the terrariums.
Okay. So you take your time looking at each of the plants. You can, if this is just for roleplay, we'll leave it there, but if you would like to identify anything in particular, then you can make an investigation check. Kadri, with a 24, as you pass by the ballista, you can see, with a 24, you would see, you haven't constructed ballista, of course, but you do know quite a bit about engineering. And you would recognize differences between a standard ballista. You'd wager that these couldn't take normal ballista bolts. It looks like they're made for something larger, and they have a strange mechanism in them that doesn't appear to be for the actual launching, but is triggered along with the launching mechanism. They're very complex.
Could I make a Magitech check?
You may. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And now, Theresa, was there anything that you were attempting to discern from the plants?
21.
Apologies, I have sandwich in my mouth. No, it's just roleplay.
Okay, gotcha. You said 20, Cadre?
21.
21, got it. It's difficult to say. You don't see enchantments of any kind. You don't see magic woven into the machine. But it's possible... actually, you're going to the crystals?
Yes.
You, standing in between them, because they are very close together, you take a look between the two. The crystals, they're these long bolts of crystal. It looks like multiple shards compressed into kind of a bolt. And as you examine them, you could put money on the fact that these crystals are meant to slot into those ballista, very specifically. Looking at it, it appears that the mechanism, the strange mechanism that isn't for launching, is actually for striking the crystal before it's launched. So an impact of some sort must set off some kind of reaction from the crystal.
Oh, they're either explosive or they act as cluster ballista. Huh.
I don't know what that means, but awesome.
A cluster weapon is basically where you have one projectile, but then after it is launched, that projectile breaks into several, and instead of hitting just one particular spot, it hits a wider area.
Oh. These are definitely going to be passed along to, let's see, would you say Carduin and the Prequella?
Possibly, yes.
Looking at the rack, by the way, you see a total of... wait, let me get my math right. 72 of these projectiles. There are 12 in each color, and there are 6 colors. There is red, blue, yellow, violet, white, and black.
I think we could identify those later.
I will move to the weapons.
Okay, moving on to the weapons. Meanwhile, Abasan, you approach the book on the far side of the room. As you weave your way through all of the terrariums and you reach the back, you actually see that there is a second book over here. There's another lectern a little bit further down. They mark the sides of a half-constructed rack of shelves. Which is fairly empty but has a few things on it. The one on the left side, the one that you approached, you brush some dust off of it, and the title reads Endemic Life of the Archipelago in Ancient Adrani, which...
Oh, interesting.
It appears to be a book that, as you turn the first few pages, catalogs the beasts and plants that lived on the islands at the time.
To be amazing for historical reference. I have to bring this back. I need to give it to someone for safekeeping.
Liliana would do good with that.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Are you taking the book then?
Yes.
Okay. Just marking that.
Opposand,
Yes.
I know you're excited to gather knowledge while we're down here, but keep in mind, Tama Pasuri told us that we could only take one gift per room, per chamber.
Hmm.
So you
That
may want to
is-
consider what else is here.
And
That is true.
actually, in the vaults, best in all, she said 1 item each, period. But you guys
Yeah,
persuaded her to take a little bit more.
That's what I meant. Like per, I didn't want to say like
We should
per.
be we should be
Esper,
careful
but-
about what we do then. Yes.
Right. To be respectful.
Yes.
Cadre, as they're having this discussion, you're moving through the weapons. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Could I use smithing? For
You
my
might-
investigation check?
You may use either investigation or smithing. I think they're the same though because they're both intelligence, right? Oh no, the smithing you have expertise in.
Yes.
I would actually take a look at the live terrariums.
Okay. And Aelin, with your perception, since you're moving with him on the side, you do see that there is a lectern set to the side amid some of the armors that has another book on it, on the war side.
Okay.
So,
I'll stop by there before moving on.
question. I have advantage on investigation, but I have a plus 12 to smithing. But I won't have
Smithing is this isn't dexterity because you're not smithing something. It's an intelligence check, so you still have advantage.
Oh, well
It's
then.
intelligence smithing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, simplifies that then.
So
26.
okay. With a 26, give me a moment.
Gotta get the long list.
We come back walking over to Nethrisa with our arms full of like weapons and armor.
As she just finishes
Oh,
tallying up, it sounds one thing apiece,
gosh.
and it's like,
Gosh. Look at what we got.
She face palms and is like,
She's
all
just
right,
like,
so I don't know if we learned anything from last time.
Weapons is one word.
One gift. from the vault.
Where is it? Sorry, I'm trying to find a particular thing.
thinking we're about to fight a war with these people.
And it's not for
yeah,
personal gain;
we're-
it's for protection of entire people.
Yeah,
But-
we're pretty much gonna give most of the weapons and armor, I'm assuming, to the Prequella.
But for me, I understand the book, and there are 2 books, and I should probably
I
only
think
take
the
one.
point- I think the point is that it is not us to give. It's not, within our power. It's simply now open. And this is a temple made by the tribes, and it will be returned to the tribes.
So I was intending with the book.
I know, I'm just
But
saying
I can-
that any
I allow
personal
someone.
gifts we are given should be
Yes,
reserved to one.
I understand. That does make that is sensible.
Alright, Oppasan, put the book back. You already got the Omulon crystal. That's it.
Well,
Excuse
to
me.
specify, that wasn't in the vault.
Ah, I see.
It was in the chamber of Famrit.
Ah,
I'm
we go.
assuming
I get-
those 4 are fine to
I
take.
get it on a technicality.
I see. I see.
Let me.
Aelin kind of wiggles her eyebrows jokingly while grinning.
What did you get for your smithing check?
26.
That's right. Okay.
Very
let me
high.
just. I'm double checking a few things. Okay. Yeah, we'll put. Okay. I'm just adding things.
Okay.
I smashed this out on Thursday when I was very brain foggy, so filling in extra details. So, Cadre, with a 26, 2 items do... Well, a couple of things strike your attention. Firstly, you pass by what appears to be a crystalline Zweihander.
A what?
Zweihander, a very big sword.
Okay.
It is tall, and it is set onto a pillar on a hook. It's made of multiple types of crystal in different colors. The hilt being one, the blade being all one solid piece with a different core of crystal running down the middle. The moment that you lay eyes on it, you understand that this is a powerful magic item. You're not sure what it does, but it catches your attention.
Alright.
You can see runes inscribed onto it, and it just seems to emanate kind of a presence.
I just turn to the people in the room and say, this is clearly like a really powerful magic item, but I'm not sure if I actually want it. Could I take some time to identify it?
That'd be wise.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I spend 10 minutes to identify it.
Okay, well, before you get too far into that, there were a couple of things that you noticed. There was that. There is also a scimitar, a very ornate scimitar set on a case. The sheath is made of bronze and copper and has 10 black pearls that glow slightly set into it. The blade itself is metal, but very fine craftsmanship. It looks like the blade edge is silvered. And then, lastly, to get to these, you pass by all these armors on the wall. And with your smithing, you've never seen anything like them. They're clearly specialized for avian Jaina. They're not particularly heavy armors. They are made of leather that is layered like leaves, almost, across the chest and the legs. So it probably wouldn't provide as much protection as metal, but it is light, and somebody wearing it wouldn't be weighed down too much to fly. The part that strikes you is the wings. The wings are constructed of incredibly delicate plates of crystal. They're very, very thin, but as you tap them and they clink, 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 clink against each other, they seem very sturdy. Like they would actually provide protection instead of just shattering like glass. They look like they're made to strap onto and layer over the wings, providing protection to at least the backs of the wings, yet the crystal is thin and light enough that it wouldn't impede flight for short periods of time. The weight's enough that probably after an hour or so, somebody would get tired of flying and need to land. Additionally, down on the crystalline feathers, where they would kind of meet with the edges of the feathers, they extend a bit further and are sharpened into blades.
This would probably be useful for the Prequella soldiers who are fighting.
Yes, indeed.
Probably not useful for me, though.
You mean us?
Yes.
So, but you sit down and begin to identify this Zweihander. Aelin, you were walking through the terrariums?
I stopped by that book
first.
first.
Right. You stopped by the book. The book is in Ajrani, so you cannot read it, but there is a title on it. It is very well decorated, and you see 6 crystals set around, like the front of the leather-bound tome has like a plaque with the name etched into it, and around that are 6 colored crystals. They are red, blue, yellow, green, black, and white.
Okay, I just pick it up as I go over to look at the terrariums then. Like, once I
Okay.
notice that I can't read it.
Anything
to bring it to Oppasan.
Anything in particular that you're looking at in the terrariums, or are you just going to Oppasan?
I would like to look for any kind of, maybe rare plants that stick out to me.
Okay, make a nature check. Meanwhile, Oppasan and Nathrisa, what are you doing?
Aelin has the other book, correct?
No.
Aelin has the book from the war side, not the second book from the life side.
Okay, then I would like to look at the second book on the life side then.
Okay. You step past the very unfinished shelving and dust off the second tome. It reads in Ancient Ajani, Making Life from Stone. You flip open the first couple of pages. Not quite what you were expecting from the title. It appears to be techniques for cultivating hanging plants.
Oh. This is fascinating. This is an amazing insight into historical just beautification, from what it seems.
I got
Which
a 12.
Would be...
12? Nothing in particular that you notice, Aelin. There's a few things that are intriguing, but they only because you don't know them.
Yeah.
But if you were to ask Oppasan, he would probably know them from the local region.
Well, I come up and I hand Oppasan the book, and I say, here's another book you might be interested in from that side. And might want to take a look at any plants that are interesting. I don't know. We seem to like collecting plants.
I could cross-reference it with the other endemic life book that I've just picked up.
So,
and I'd like to take a look at the book.
Yeah, you say that to Aelin, and you glance down at the book, and then immediately glance down again, because the title reads, Crystalla Sakragibasa da Ithasa, which translates to History of the Crystal Scribes.
Yeah, so I just found that book. Oh, are you okay?
Oppasan, from your extensive training for most of your life, you know that the Crystal Scribes, although they're not always called that today, it is the foundation, it is the order from which your version of magic is derived. This is the starting point of the Order of Scribes.
This right here, Aelin, this is a find. This is the equivalent of, imagine the beginning of your order described in a book, and this is what I have here for my Order of Scribes.
Oh, well, can't you just put whichever books you want into the Akashic records?
I can, but it destroys the book in the process, and this is a historical treasure, Aelin.
Oh,
And this
I mean, that would make sense.
This is something to pour over and have it
Then
not touch the book.
it needs to be rewritten and then put into your book.
I could spend several weeks or months doing that, yes.
It shouldn't take you several weeks to rewrite a book.
I want to read the book.
It takes you
Well,
weeks to read a book?
No, but I'm going to treasure this book. This is the beginnings of the Order of Scribes. This is not.
Well, I'm
This
glad
is...
you found something for your history. I would be
Yes,
quite interested in what it has to say as well.
I have no doubt about that. I truly have no doubts whatsoever in my mind.
You make it sound like it's what's the word? That I have malicious intent.
No, it's the same thing as someone who has a hobby of collecting insects. You collect knowledge and secrets, and then
Yeah.
you hide it away.
So you know your secrets safe with me.
She's like a magpie of secrets.
Yeah, I just need 10 of them. Wait, was it 10? Was it 10? No, it was something else. That's wrong.
10 for a bird, you must not miss.
Yeah. I
Well,
think
if you
it's
wanted to
7.
have joy, you should have had just 2.
Right. I need, what was it?
Better start forgetting. So I'm sorry.
I need 7 for a secret never told.
I want to start skimming through this book and see if there's anything unique, special in the origin of the history of the Crystal Scribes that I can perhaps even begin to glean that there might be some treasure trove of information, either unique to my order or just the way that I approach magic in general.
Okay. How long are you going to spend?
We still have the knowledge of art vault.
I have pretty book. I'm sorry. This is
Pretty book.
You have 3 pretty books. Let's go get more pretty books. Come on, Apasan. Let's get you more books.
Come on, Yopasan. Come on, boy.
Come on, there's more books. Sorry.
I
have
am not
this-
trying to do that.
Listen, I'm all for
expression-
anyone expressing their kinks, but now is not the time.
Astadash has this sort of like part frown, part very hidden smirk. Just
That look of you're assholes, but that is funny.
exactly 100%.
Yeah.
Love it.
So, well, all right. Let's. I'm going to.
I'm going to be grabbing Apusan's sleeve because I know that he will be just straight down staring into the book and reading as he walks, and I want to make sure he doesn't walk into any walls as we're going to the next room.
Okay.
Or the water. Thank you.
Yeah.
Or the water.
Excellent. So you guys, so Apasan, go ahead and make a quick investigation check for me.
And you.
Meanwhile, Cadre, we're gonna say that you finish up your identify as they're finishing this conversation. So can I have you roll a spell attack roll, spellcasting check?
Huh?
Intelligence.
It would be, what's your spellcasting ability is charisma, right?
Oh.
No, I was just confused as to. I guess I'm just confused as to why.
I do. So I do this on. I'm going to do this on every identify in the future, because, like, if there are potentially curses on an item or anything like that, there are DCs that you have to meet in order to discover some of them. So in order to obscure when and when not there are things that are hidden, I'm always going to have the check be made.
Okay. I thought it was just gonna be like, to find out anything about an item.
No,
like...
the basics, yeah, with Identify you'll always get the basics, but there's a chance that you uncover something secret.
Okay, that sounds sensible. Cool. I was just confused. I am making a spell attack roll, so that's going to be spell ability modifier plus proficiency, so that's going to be +7.
Mhm.
19.
19, fabulous. Okay. So as you release the magic, you can feel that it is particularly powerful. So you could wager that if there were curses, you probably would have uncovered most of them. You don't detect any. The item, this Zweihander, is known as, there it is, a Blade of 9 Blows.
Oh my.
It is a powerful weapon. It is considered a unique weapon in the size category of great. You would need a strength of 17 to wield this. It has the properties two-handed, cleave, and heavy, and deals 2d8 damage on a hit. As for the magic, the power of this blade is such that it cannot enter extra-dimensional spaces. Placing it inside a bag of holding, or a rope trick, or a portable hole, would destroy the extra-dimensional space. So destroy the bag of holding, or the like. However, it can enter portals to other planes. The sword has 9 charges. These charges do not restore, and when they are consumed, it is permanently broken. Let's see. Currently, wow, lucky roll. Currently, there are 8 charges remaining.
Ooh.
When the Blade of 9 blows, I'm just going to put this in mechanical terms for you. When the Blade of 9 blows is used to strike a creature with a level of 20 or a CR of 20 or higher, the Blade of 9 blows deals 50 plus 10d10 slashing damage on a hit and consumes 1 charge.
Holy shit!
Whoa, how much?
What?
50 plus...
plus 10d10.
Good
Okay.
God!
Aelin could technically use this blade.
Oh my.
You wouldn't have proficiency. This is not a weapon.
That's fine.
This damage cannot be lessened by resistance or immunity to slashing damage. When the Blade of 9 blows is used to strike a creature of 19th level or lower, or a creature with a CR of 19 or lower, the blade bounces off and deals 1d6 non-lethal bludgeoning damage and does not consume a charge. As an artifact, the blade can only be destroyed through the expenditure of all 9 charges.
That's a very interesting item.
Wow.
So
50
in,
plus 10d10. Oh my god.
So this
In
was literally
character
made to
terms.
destroy
Mhm.
fucking end bosses.
You know that this blade is specifically made to be devastating to creatures of immense power. But, because of the way that the magic within it functions, it is non-lethal to any other type of creature.
So does it deal 2d8 plus 1d6?
No. Sorry, I was reading off because of its classification. A blade of this size would normally deal 2d8, but
Oh, okay.
the magic prevents that. An additional note, because of its type classification of the sword, you have disadvantage on ability checks to avoid being disarmed while wielding this weapon. So.
Alright.
Probably not
Well,
a weapon
we
for
just-
Cadre then.
We just gotta carry that around all day.
Yeah, you can do that.
I mean... if I have my arms out...
It can't go into extra dimensional spaces, so there's no lugging this thing around unless it's on your back.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's very true. You people will know you have it.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
and it's very pretty. Opusant, I mean, there's, now that you've seen the vault of Bestinol and this vault, it's clear that crystal forging was a more common practice back in the day, but crystal forged weapons nowadays only exist or only employed by the Justicars. So seeing one around is incredibly rare, and in fact, up till about 100 years ago, some less savory nobles of Ethereum used to hunt Justicars so that they could put their pretty weapons on display.
Alright, we gotta gift this to Rex. So he can fight very OP things with it. He's a Justicar. It would make sense.
He has an honorary title of Justicar, yes.
So it wouldn't be strange for him to have it.
No. And if he leans more towards swordplay, I mean, large sword, that
He does
That
have a
sounded
very big
strange.
sword.
He does.
Ah.
I know he does.
So we all go,
I wasn't intending to wander that way, but
Well, we don't even know about this yet, so
Yeah, only Cadre knows.
Right.
I didn't have a chance
Just
to, but
imagine Connor's just like, looking back.
Just walks by the
Aelin
party,
was
it's not
gonna-
important.
Aelin was gonna ask you to identify the scimitar too,
Yeah, I can do that.
So are
if
you
it's magical.
are you all you can tell it's magical, Cadre. The pearls on the sheath are glowing.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is pretty obvious.
Are the rest of you leaving to go to the last room, or are you waiting for Cadre?
I'd hope you wait for me.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Yeah, you can read.
So you guys gather back around the entrance to the room and are just kind of chatting among yourselves while Cadre goes and identifies the other one. So,
Books.
once again, I will have you make a spell attack roll.
Sure. $18.
18, fabulous. Okay. With an 18, you identify this as a scimitar of 10 shadows.
Oh,
My
Wow.
goodness, that sounds badass.
Indeed. Let me double check. Where's martial melee? Yes. Okay, so it is a finesse light weapon, no strength requirement, 1d6 plus 1 slashing damage, much like a short sword. No other natural properties to it. This is a +2. When activated, this sword creates a perfect shadow double of the sword's wielder with half their maximum health. Copies armor and everything the wielder is carrying, but the scimitar is all they will use, even if other weapons or magical items are available. Each shadow double lasts 10 minutes, and any number can be activated at one time, as long as it is equal to or less than the number of pearls remaining on the sheath. They will follow the orders of the wielder of the scimitar of 10 shadows to the best of their ability. After the 10 minutes are over, the corresponding pearl in the sheath crumbles, and the scimitar is permanently less 1 shadow. Mystery surrounds this weapon, and there are several myths. No, never mind. Sorry, that's lore stuff.
That was said very quickly. So it creates a shadow double that lasts for 10 minutes, and they will do the best to follow the orders, and essentially they make a duplicate of the wielder.
Yes, so, let me correct one thing. There are 10 slots for pearls. There are 7 remaining, though. Yeah, so, as an action, you may activate the sword, and summon any number of shadow doubles that you wish, up to the number of pearls remaining on the sheath. These shadow doubles have your stats, and half your health. But they will only, if attacking or defending or anything like that, they will only use the scimitar. They won't use magical abilities, they won't use any other weapons that you might possess or magic items. Each Shadow Double lasts 10 minutes, and any number can be active at once. So there's 7 pearls remaining, you could have all 7 active at once. However, once the 10 minutes is up, the activated pearls, however many of them be activated, crumble to dust permanently.
Wow.
Once they're all gone, it's just a +2 sword.
Require attunement?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Oh, that reminds me. Let me double check the other sword. The Blade of 9 Blows does not require attunement.
What?
Ooh.
Scimitar of 10 Shadows does.
It kind of makes
I'm
sense,
so
considering that the OP boss Slayer can be used by anyone, any hero that is up to the task.
And has a strength of 17.
Yeah.
A strong ass hero that is up to the task.
There we go.
So whenever you're done, Aylin's like, so what do they both do? Oh.
Wow! I understood all of that.
Sugoi.
Wow.
So question, if I created a
Aylin
Shadow
returns.
Devil, would it have a movement speed of 50 feet?
Correct.
Would it be able to use any key abilities?
Nope. The only thing that it attacks with is the sword.
Okay, so does it only have like 1 attack, or does it have extra attack?
It would have extra attack, but it couldn't do the offhand strike. It cannot do flurry of blows. Nothing like that. No key abilities. It looks exactly like you.
Mm-hmm.
It forms out of shadow, but then it becomes exactly like you, and
A
it can
clone.
perform mundane tasks, but it won't speak.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Okay.
no one can hold a conversation with it.
Right. So, I mean, it's a very expensive minion,
Yeah.
and its minion's range is unlimited, essentially.
Yeah, it'll follow your orders from wherever you are.
Yeah.
So if you get far away from it in the 10 minutes that it exists, you can still command it mentally.
Okay. Huh. It has its very niche uses, but also if it could be a one-time really strong power weapon, because you activate it and summon 7 clones, and then you're essentially dealing 7d6 per turn.
Well, more than that, because you have extra attack, don't you? So
Oh, yeah.
for you, if you were to summon 7 clones, you get
14.
your 2 attacks, potentially 2 more if you're using Flurry of Blows, and then 14 more attacks.
Mm-hmm. Would it have
With a +2.
So it technically, would it have martial arts, meaning that it's proficient with a katana, and it would turn it from a d6 to a d8 from my stats as a monk?
A scimitar. Hold on.
Breathes heavily. Just, oh my god.
Let's see.
What qualifies as a monk weapon? That's what I'm looking at. Any simple melee weapons that don't have two-handed or heavy. Scimitar qualifies as a monk weapon, so yes, it would be a 1d8 for you.
Good
Oh my god. So that sword actually sounds like it would do really good for me.
Well,
I
if
mean,
you want it, you can get it.
Okay.
Well, we still have
I don't really
the
want
one
either of
room
these. I'm afraid they're a little
also.
too niche for my tastes.
Before you get terribly attached, I suggest we visit the last room.
Indeed.
Alright, true.
Abusan,
Yes.
just don't step off into the water, will you?
I will do my best not to.
Okay. Did you roll that investigation check for me, Alpazond?
Earlier I did, yes. It was a 19.
Okay. With a 19, you don't have enough time to really go through and like glean anything from the book, but you can tell that there is stuff in here that you don't know about your order. There's definitely like information in here that would be intriguing to you. Perhaps even it looks like it's more of a history of the Crystal Scribes than anything else, but there is the possibility that you could glean maybe a technique or two from here. You're not certain. You'd have to spend more time.
Absolutely.
Okay. Moving
Wait.
on.
Were there any daggers?
Any daggers? There are daggers, but none that appear to be special.
Okay.
In particular. Oh. Wait. Yeah, there were. I just didn't write it down. I had the idea earlier. Hold on.
Ooh.
Fuck. I've got to look up the name of a thing.
It's okay, I'm writing notes.
Yeah, write your notes and give me a moment.
It's like,
Let's
Aelin,
see.
what are you? I am the track keeper of the entire campaign.
Yeah, pretty much.
I know everything that has happened or will happen. Well, maybe not that part, but still.
Well, maybe not that part, but
I can assume.
I can guess at things.
Yes.
Oh, whoa.
One moment.
Cadre, I hear you do this thing sometimes where you say, oh, whoa, and I don't understand. Is that like your language?
It's just
What does it
Oh.
stand for?
It's just an expression of curiosity and interest.
Oh, so whenever we walk into a room, I can say, oh, whoa.
No,
If you're
you
particularly
cannot.
interested in it, but I wouldn't do that around polite company.
Oh, okay. So it's like slang.
Yes.
Okay.
Cadre,
A very
why are
trashy
you...
slang.
Yeah, why are you teaching
Oh,
her this?
Trashy?
Trashy, yes.
Okay. So, well, now I can't really think of a time I would ever want to use that word.
I mean, you
Why?
can use it around
Use
us
it if it's
in kind of an
trashy.
ironic way.
Oh, so it's kind of like if you were to like jokingly call someone a bitch, but you know, instead you're like around friends and company and you're like, oh whoa, that's interesting.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Okay,
And then
I
I love
think
you
I
so
got
much,
it.
and as your friend, I have to inform you that just avoiding that word in general is just much better for you and for the rest of us.
So,
I mean, I wasn't gonna tell her how to speak.
Cadre, of particular interest to you, there is a set of 5 throwing knives, in ascending sizes, made of a bright green crystal.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, is this a moment where you say ooh woo?
It's oh whoa.
Oh whoa.
Oh no.
I'm gonna keep walking. I'm gonna leave the room. I'm just gonna like.
It sounded
I'm
so,
gonna leave.
so snooty. It was like, no. It's oh whoa.
Oh.
Okay.
So,
I'll identify them.
You kids and your slang.
okay. So you take an additional 10 minutes to identify these. When your identification completes, you understand that while there is, make your spell attack roll. Actually, before you do that, I would like you to make an Arcana check.
All right. Uh, 26.
26. You sit down and you begin laying out the materials for the Identify ritual, but something stops you. There is a hint of familiarity to this crystal, and so you stand up and you examine it a little bit closer. For about a minute, something's just tickling the back of your mind that you can't put your finger on until eventually it clicks. You know this type of crystal. Your party has done a little bit of research on it. It is Oikron crystal. You don't want to cast a spell on this because it will destroy it and negate the spell. Oikron crystal can negate and destroy magic.
Oh.
As you examine the knives, you realize that, so they go in ascending sizes, 5 different ones. You would wager that each of these, if properly aimed, could negate a spell of an appropriate level. For mechanical purposes, I will tell you this. There's one of each knife of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th level. Each one negates a spell of the same level. To do so, when you see somebody casting a spell within 50 feet, which is the range of a throwing knife, you may make a reaction attack against the creature or spell. The AC is not the creature's AC. Instead, it is 12 plus the level of the spell being cast. If it hits, the spell and the knife can negate a spell level of that level or lower, then the spell is negated. And the knife destroyed.
Now, that does bring me a question. Does he have to know what level knife he's throwing, or, like, if someone's casting a spell, like, does he have to pick, like, oh, I'm gonna pick a 3rd level knife?
Just like with Counterspell, you have to pick what level it is before you cast Counterspell. There may be the opportunity to, if a spell is being cast that is on your spell list, you will know what's being cast because you recognize, like, the incantations. So there's always the opportunity, like, if it's one of those, that you'll already know what level you need to negate at.
Right.
Otherwise, depending on the scenario and tension, I might allow for a check, but I will not promise. I might allow for a check to identify the correct level.
Interesting. I'll keep these in mind. I'm not going to take them just yet, and I'm going to join the rest of them in the other room.
Anyway, so you don't spend the 10 minutes.
What?
No.
Yeah,
because it only takes you a minute to understand that.
It's like, oh.
Now, Kadri rejoins all of you. And you begin to head across to the Knowledge and Art Chamber.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
Striking out across the path, the soft sloshing of water accompanies you to the right side chamber, and a short step lifts you up into the vault beyond, where you scan the chamber ahead of you with awe in your eyes. This room is beautiful, and it is clear that great care was put into its construction, as much as could be done given the time its creators had. Gold, silver, and crystal adorns the many pillars of the room which rise to the ceiling and curl out in various fractal carvings. These are painted and dyed in a vibrant multitude of colors that spread out into mandalas across the vaulted ceiling. Where the chamber rises into multiple points in between the pillars, a shaped crystal hangs, casting light down below on the various treasures of the vault, and it is very clear that there are many of them here. Aside from various chests that occupy the points of light cast down from the arches above, there are a number of pedestals fanning out into the room, each spotlighted by the crystal above. You see ancient paintings, many of which are oddly shaped and framed in metal or wood, and several pedestals hold twisting constructions of crystal or metal, which you would have thought impossible had you not seen the ones in the vault of Beth-Thunon before. Each seems to exemplify a particular style, or perhaps a particularly well-known artist of the time. Towards the back of the room, you see several statues, shaped and painted so perfectly you almost mistake them for Jaina. The delicacy of the feathers is so immaculate you wonder at the ability to carve stone so thin. They are adorned by clothing in various styles, made of thin gossamer, sparkling silk, twisting chains, and rich leather. As your eyes scan along them, a few make the more modest among you blush. The depicted poses and clothing, if such adornments could be called clothing, combining with the anatomical perfection to make something quite lascivious. You swiftly move your gaze along the pedestals, which slowly transform from works of art into lecterns, each bearing a tome on their surface. You count 8 in total, gathered toward the right side of the room. The furthest pedestal, on the right, along the semicircular arc of the chamber, stands out to you strangely, though. Past all of the tomes, it appears empty to all but the most perceptive of your party. Aelin, you can just make out the shape of a key resting on its surface. Ta-da. There you go.
Aelin just kind of walks in and is like looking around in awe, and she will make her way to the key.
I want to
Okay.
walk over to the first book in the row of lecterns.
Okay. So, Aelin makes a beeline toward the key. You walk to the closest book to you, Nethrisa.
Uh-huh.
Anyone else?
I don't know. Do I see any books that might be of interest to me?
Well, you would have to take a look at the books themselves. You'd wager, though, given what you saw in the previous chamber, that all of them are going to be in Andrani.
Need to start looking at some of these books.
And actually, since Nethrisa is the first to reach a pedestal, yes, Nethrisa, you can't read this.
I'm like, yes. A mystery I will never solve.
As everybody else... yeah. As Abusand begins to make his way over to the books, if you are answering their call.
I am.
Okay. Aelin, you make your way to the key.
Mm-hmm.
A single key lays on the flat stone of this pedestal. It appears simple, yet amid all of the art and books of the chamber, oddly placed. It is black, made of wrought iron, and much care clearly went into its construction. The strands of iron have been twisted and split, curling around each other to the hilt of the key, where they rejoin to entangle a simple, polished blue crystal. The teeth of the iron key are extremely intricate and spread out in a cross, pointing all 4 directions. Whatever lock this fits, it is clearly very intricate.
Could you copy that description?
The pedestal is not much help, for though there is a plaque that reads, "The first key of iron." Actually, you wouldn't be able to read that.
Oh.
Because that's in Ajani, so.
Okay.
I'll copy the part that you can read.
Okay. Well, yeah.
That you know, because you can see it.
Yeah.
There you go. Abusand, you step up to the closest pedestal with a book on it. This book, there's no dust in this room at all, so you go to dust off the cover, but it's immaculate. The leather of the tome is overlaid by a soft and beautifully shimmering silk, with a light pink tinge to it, and then metal adorns the actual top, like clasping the silk onto the cover. The silk is translucent enough that you can read the title printed underneath. It reads "The Art of Glitter Silk."
Oh.
Or, sorry, weaving with glitter silk. There we go.
Weaving with glitter silk. It just, I don't. Have I seen any sort of, I guess, glitter silk creations, either written about historically or even like techniques descendant of, or like potentially descendant of this? Like, or was this like a long lost technique?
You may make a history check, or, you can, if there is a particular knowledge that you would like to spend points on.
I believe I'm out of points currently.
At the current moment, was I doing, which way was I doing?
I use 6 points. I think it's every short rest.
Hold on.
6 points for short rest I've written down here.
Let me double check that, because I can't remember if I was doing it per session or per rest.
Everything I have is etiquette, architecture, engineering for Janus stuff, so I wouldn't necessarily.
Okay, well, if it wouldn't
with
play anyway,
architecture.
then we won't worry about it. But let me double check, because so that if we need to restore your points, we can.
21 history. Blackjack.
Knowledge points.
Wait, blackjack where? He sounds dangerous.
It's a phrase, Aelin. It's an old game.
Ah, one of those figures of speeches.
Yes, Aelin, a figures of speeches.
People don't have very many of those.
I'm not surprised.
They restore at the start. They are a metastat, and they restore at the start of each session. So they're restored.
Oh,
excellent! I will write it down.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
So I actually have 3 more points.
Mm-hmm. Well, you spent them this session. Oh, well, you have a total of 6. That's right. Okay. So, Absons, your history check?
21.
21?
Yes.
Glitter silk is you've heard of it, but you haven't ever seen it. Whatever technique is used to make it is lost at this point. You've heard it in your studies of ancient Jaina culture. You've heard it in connection to crystal forging, actually. Interestingly enough.
Ooh, interesting. I want to bring all these books back up and distribute them to the proper locations.
I think if we discuss with the leaders of the Prequella that they would be more than happy to put them in their appropriate places.
If they're on speaking terms with us at the moment, or at least with me, hopefully.
Then we speak with those that are speaking with us, like Carduin.
Yes, very true. Oh, the knowledge gleaned from this entire disc.
And I mean, nothing's saying that we can't read them.
True, but do you intend to spend the next few years learning how to weave?
I collect knowledge, not skills.
That's my job.
You were... No, never mind.
I also can't read that book anyways.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page over here.
Yeah, same here.
Well played. Good pun.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
No.
You all are rubbing off on me in the wrong way.
You made that pun. Wait. You made that pun and didn't know you made it.
Listen, I need to leave this room.
Who made a pun?
Marisa, she said I'm on the same page.
In regards to not being able to read it.
Oh.
Even just hearing Aelin go, oh.
Apasan has a grin at that. It's just like smirking down to the Threesa.
Could just see that.
So
what are the other books? I'm curious. And
as well,
actually, I have a question, Rex. If I were to make if I was to make just a rune that had knowledge on it and I placed it on a book, it would imbue that knowledge, right?
Yeah, with just the knowledge rune, it wouldn't be like you've read the entire book, but you'd gain a cursory knowledge of its contents. More than just like opening the cover and reading the title.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you might
like...
gain a few tidbits of like, as though you'd flipped through the book and picked some interesting pages.
What if I did reveal knowledge?
Reveal knowledge? That might reveal certain knowledge that is obscured within it.
Okay.
Like it would pick. You'd probably get the same amount of knowledge, but it'd pick things that are harder to find in the book.
Okay.
And then, of course, reveal hidden knowledge might reveal anything that's obscured by magic or stuff like that.
While they're looking through the books, and because like there's art pieces on one side and then there's books, while they're looking through the books, I'm actually going to spend 10 minutes to do some moonrune crafting. And
yeah,
go ahead.
Speaking of the art, I was gonna say, could I go look through those?
Absolutely. Anything in particular that you're looking for now, Theresa?
I just know that there's various pieces of art. Any crafted pieces would be interesting, like statues or jewelry or like little craftsy things.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Ben.
Aelin, make your.
May I grab my titties?
You may grab your titties.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have, let's see, I have 2 doses worth, so I'm expending 1, and then I roll my check, and then I forget how many I make.
Well, let me pull up the moon runes. I really need to do a little bit more work on moon runes so that I can put them out as homebrew, and also refine them with our rulings. You take your total roll and divide it by 2, and that is how many runes you can write.
Yep, half my check. So let me write that down. Okay.
I got a dirty 20, by the way.
Oh, a dirty 20. Okay. There.
Woo! 23.
23. Okay, let's see.
11 or 12.
It would be 11 because it's for every bump of 2 in your roll, so it rounds down essentially. Are you just making 11 knowledge runes?
I'm thinking of doing at least 4 with reveal knowledge.
Okay. Okay, so 4 reveal knowledge, that takes up 8 of your runes.
Hold on. Oh, I might need to do a control reveal hidden knowledge, which is 4.
Theresa, you're breathing into your mic.
Oh, my bad.
And then
I had the mic up at my nose, that's why. Like a fucking idiot.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna do one which has control, reveal, hidden knowledge, which is like my, maybe I want to do 2 of those, which would be 8. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
which
do
leaves you with
2 of
3.
those, and then I would have 8, 9, 10, 11, and then I will do 2 more. That's just going to be reveal knowledge.
It would be
So that
one
would...
more with reveal knowledge, and then the last one would be knowledge, because you have it's 8 on the first one, on the first 2, then another 2 runes for reveal knowledge, and then you only have 1 rune remaining for knowledge.
Oh, right. Let's see. Then I will mark. Okay, yeah. I'm just thinking about the space that I have to do this, because I technically only have like 4 slabs of stone that I carve my moon runes on.
Yeah.
So yeah, it will be just control knowledge and then knowledge.
Okay, so got it. Reveal knowledge or control knowledge?
Oh, reveal knowledge.
Got it. Okay. So, with that, now Theresa, for your role, there are a couple of pieces that stand out. There is this one piece that it looks like it's made of like 8 different types of crystal, as well as brass. At closer glance, it looks like it's brass coated in gold, but it's these strands that twist up and spread out, joined in the middle. Very, very delicate looking. From the look of the colors of crystal, it forms like this rainbow in between the gold. You think that the crystal used might actually be like ruby, emerald, like actually fine gems. There's a very large and beautiful painting of it's very stylized. The paint sparkles slightly, and it's sloughed on in these thick strokes, like with a what's it called? A scraper, a palette, you know, where it leaves like big chunks of paint.
Like a paint knife.
Yes, so it's like sloughed on with a paint knife, but it's this scene of a cliffside from the archipelago, a storm rolling in from far away, just looking down at the ocean, and a figure sat on the edge of the rocks, looking away. The style is immaculate, and the frame is beautiful. What else? All of the statues are incredible. They're large. Most of them are life-size, and the anatomy is perfect.
Oh, you know what I gotta do.
But importantly, the stone crafting is just incredible. These are all avian gena, as the Periquala are. The feathers of the wings are actually so thin that you'd be worried about moving it. And it's incredible that somebody could carve that much detail and not break the stone. They're painted, so they are actually like lifelike in their colors. You have to touch one of them just to confirm that it is stone and not like wood or some other material, but it is. Most of these are dressed up like mannequins, so they're wearing actual clothing as well. And there's one figure, this female bird, who has wings and arms spread in a pose that looks like dancing. It's absolutely gorgeous. The feathers are all fanned out. The paint is perfect, not a single bit flaked. And the clothing that she wears, multiple layers, not modest at all. This incredibly fine silk, adorned with more crystals on the edge, like beads in beautiful patterns. The cloth is a shimmering white, like, have you ever seen a selenite crystal?
Is this on a statue?
The statue is wearing these garments.
Oh.
I have not.
So
But I can certainly look it up.
It's like, let me see how to describe it. The cloth has a almost pearlescence to it. It shines and shimmers, as though every one of the strands were metallic, yet they are also clear. Just a faint bit of white that, when layered, makes it translucent but not opaque. So you can still see the breasts and the genitals, even though it's layered.
Okay.
And it is actual clothing. Like, you can feel it. It pulls away from the statue. The statue's just dressed up with it.
I think I'm, not like pulling them off or anything. I think I'm just touching and admiring and putting my hand next to particular anatomical parts to test size.
Yeah, it's very anatomically correct. I'm going to ask a question of our lore keeper, Aelin.
Yes.
The backyard of y'all's estate.
Which one? Which backyard?
There are a lot of different yards, to be fair.
The backyard that you've been to that has
I know of.
Yeah, so you have only you been out there, like, past the shrines and everything?
No.
I
brought everyone up there to question about it, and even brought Dulamon, where he had, what's the word? He had told us that the ancient writing was a riddle, and he told us essentially what it said. And we were all there.
Right. Okay. Now, Theresa, I'm gonna have you make history or intelligence check. Your choice.
It doesn't matter. They're the
same.
I'm assuming I can't touch my titties for these.
No, because you don't know that this is happening.
That's fair. All right. Pray to RNGesus for me. That's a 15.
Oh.
Since you specifically said that you were looking for statues, this will succeed. There is a smaller statue, not life-size, put on a pedestal. It is painted in a vibrant array of colors, adorned with gold on the crown and little gems. Let me fetch its description. To be in here.
Like, how small? Are we talking like a couple feet?
We're talking like maybe 2 feet tall.
Okay.
2 feet tall. Where did I title this? Shit. To start with a T. Or a J. Where are you? Ah, here you are. Load. Come on, finish loading. Yes, thank you. The statue depicts a man, his head covered by an ornate mukuta crown, which is tiered and layered, like you see in a lot of depictions of Indian or Hindu gods. It has real gold and gems on it. 6 arms spread out behind him, each bearing an item within them. Another 2 arms, actually attached to his torso instead of spreading from his back, are wrapped around a figure, which he has bent over in a sorrowful expression. There is a small, bright red jewel affixed in the center of her forehead. The statue is carved so that her long hair dangles down to the base, the flat base of the statue. But her body is limp, dead, and serene. Her chest is open, not anatomically correct, so it is not gruesome, but dozens of little rubies representing blood dot the cavity of her chest. Behind the arms, the stone sweeps up in a little circle, forming several halos with like intricate fractals carved onto them, each one painted a different muted kind of color. And the reason why this stands out to you is because there are 4 shrines in the backyard of your manor. Adwin is one of them. Aelin, did you identify the others?
I'm pretty sure Rance was one, but then there were 2 others that we did not identify.
Yeah, so there's a shrine to Adwin, there's a shrine to Rance, there is a shrine to a dragon god that you didn't recognize, and then there is that shrine with the same depiction.
Huh. I'm kind of... Okay.
Aelin's
Aelin,
off in the
doesn't this
background. Tink,
statue seem...
tink, 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 tink.
Oh, she's working. I think I hear that and I'm just like,
What? No, I heard. I can work and talk. Yes.
No, you got this. You got this.
No, fine.
And I'm just, and I turn and I'm like, Apusan, can I bother you for a moment?
Absolutely.
You remember all of the shrines that the original owner of the manor had built in the backyard?
Ooh, somewhat, yes.
I think this figure, or this little statue, is representative of one of those deities or people or significant figure that the shrine is dedicated to, but I don't know anything about it.
I definitely like to give it a thorough look.
Okay. Giving it a thorough look, Abusand, make a religion check for me.
Oh. There we go. I think I'd like the guidance on this one because this is a little tricky for me. Is that something I can do?
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, you can.
Hold on.
Thank you.
I just want to say the depiction of the shrine that I wrote down for Jimbo's manor. You see a humanish figure, and on top of the head there's a Makutu crown, with real gilding along it, and crystals with 6 arms behind the figure, each with an item carved from stone. The one in his hand is a woman. There's a bright red jewel cut into a diamond upon her forehead. Her body is limp, her heart is broken open purposefully. The expression of the man is mournful. Carving behind him is a mandala. The fact that they are not dragons is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That was a natural 1 plus
Yeah.
3 plus 2, so
Sorry, guidance
Yeah.
didn't say that. You absolutely do
Nope.
not recognize this figure.
nope, this is. I've got nothing. I've unfortunately got nothing here.
Oh, that's all right.
24, Rex.
Ooh, 24. Okay.
Books.
I'll get to that in a sec. Hold on.
Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. I totally thought that this was a shrine in our backyard.
What? A shrine?
I have slight distractions with books, ancient
Yeah.
history and literature, and lost
Right.
knowledge.
I'm sorry for
techniques.
pulling you away. You can
Oh, no,
return to what
it's-
you were doing.
No, it's fully fine. I just understand I am surrounded by things I quite am so curious about as well.
Give me a moment. I am replying in private.
Well, this room is beautiful, I will admit.
Oh, it truly is, without a doubt at all.
I wish I could read the text, though. That'd be nice.
I wish I could read.
I wish I could read.
What's up? I'm Jared. I'm 19, and I never learned how to fucking read. I was too busy sucking dick and getting laid.
I've been trying to teach you how to read.
I'm learning slow. Actually, I'm not. Now that I think about it, I've been
I'm
failing on my
learning.
checks.
Slow. No, never mind.
I'm learning. Actually, I've made no progress whatsoever.
I know how to say hello and where's the bathroom.
Those are useful things to know.
Take the next phrase. No, I don't know if I'm gonna go that. How did I describe it?
Okay.
Oh, hello,
Here's
the bathroom. Drop your pants.
Oh my god.
Those
That
3
would be
phrases
quite
get you everything you
useful.
need.
My god. This, yeah, for now 3, so definitely.
Oh,
So, now I'm back. I'm focused and finished typing my message. So what else is
I'll
happening?
pick that up.
Okay. Are you attempting to hide your actions or just
Oh, no.
grabbing? Okay. Cadre picks up a sculpture of metal and crystal that's about a foot tall.
Wait, there was a thing that he found?
There's lots of things in this room.
Okay.
yeah.
I mean,
I think
yeah, there's chests that you haven't opened. There's at least 3 chests.
Oh. Well, shoot. I'd want to wait then.
I have a question. Is the key, is the bow dipped in gold?
The what?
The key that I have. Is it,
No, it is made of wrought iron.
wrought iron? Okay. Well, right, it is
the
thin, is it a thin key, and is its bow, dipped in gold?
No.
Okay. Damn.
And you
You
didn't pick
know.
that up. You left it on the pedestal because you couldn't read the inscription.
Oh, no, I picked it up.
Oh, so you took the key that was sitting over there?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me mark that.
okay. If there's chests, can we go look?
Yeah.
Sure.
I didn't know there were chests.
You move to the chests. You open them.
Or like chests, loot. Yes.
Let us open them.
Okay. The first one that you open, Yabu-san, make a history check for me.
History.
Mm-hmm.
Can I help him?
No, because this is particular to a field of knowledge that
Ah, gotcha.
you wouldn't have. Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Excuse me?
Oh no, you and the
Jesus.
nat ones. What the fuck?
Cadre looks at you and says, "Unlock on that." No.
Well, you blink at it. Your hopes are dashed slightly, because you expected a chest full of like gold and platinum. It's all crystal. Thin little tokens of crystal, rods of crystal. They're all shaped like a standard, you know. There is one thing, I'll give this to you even without the history check because you've all encountered this and you've taken notes on it and everything. The larger ones, there are some that are shaped almost like, you know, a rupee from Legend of Zelda. The front face of those is stamped with the symbol for Patal.
Wait, do I see this as well?
Oh yeah, you're all looking in the chest, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think these are currency.
Taking a look, it does seem like a good logical conclusion.
I want to look at the pillars of light that is shining across the room, and I want to look at one of the other things that are illuminated.
Yeah, so the way that the room's set up, it fans out in a semicircle with pillars every few feet, and like 4 pillars will go up to the ceiling, and then it'll form like this arch, like sweeps up from the corners, and then from each of the arches, a light crystal dangles down and illuminates. In each of these is one of these items, so pretty much every item in this room is illuminated by a beam of light. Each of the statues, each of the chests, each of the books, all of that.
Okay.
It's like it's designed to spotlight the things in here. The whole room is a work of art.
It's a display function.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Like a museum.
Yeah.
Abu-san, I'm going to... now that Cadre pointed out there might be a currency, I'm going to give you a second roll on history check.
Excellent.
Also, I kind of want to run my hands through it, like almost like
money,
a sea.
money,
You
money.
know what I mean?
Yes.
Not like money, but like, you know, like when you just want to dip your hands in something like lava.
Yes.
But it's like that, but with like a bunch of clinking crystals.
The forbidden
Why?
pudding.
I first thought lava.
Cadre would like.
Who
to
doesn't
join
want
in
to stick
this.
their hand in lava? First of all,
Me?
Hey, you can stick your hand in lava if you want
But
to,
only
but
once.
only once.
So-
Well, technically
You
You can
twice.
burn if you want to. You can burn.
oh
all
true.
the time.
Well, what if you only got one hand?
Some people can only do it
God.
once.
You can stick your hand in lava, but you're probably not gonna pull it. Oh my god!
Oh my! How did you go from a nat 1 to a nat 20?
Good God.
That apparently.
Nafrisa, you reach in and you kind of like scoop them. It's like running your hand through coins. Clink, 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 different sound, because, instead of the chime of metal, it's the ringing of crystal. Very pretty. Apu-san, as soon as he points out that this could be currency, you remember, you've been around for, like traveling for like 150 years. Things slip your memory. But now you recognize it. Way back in the day, when the 15 nations were well established, during one of the periods where the Iron Throne was sat by a High King, Totsmirsana attempted to enforce a standard coinage. across all of the nations to enable easier trade. It didn't catch in all regions, but it appears that Patal adopted it, because this is that coinage.
Ancient coinage from a period where there was an attempt to have a specific Jaina unified currency.
Oh.
Oh. I was
It's
thinking it
there's-
would make a nice wind chime, you know what I mean?
Question, is this different from the ancient Jana coins that we got from Asaset?
Yes, in Asaset they were metallic and standard gold, silver, and platinum, and could be traded
Also.
away.
Also minted in Totsmirsana.
Yeah, definitely not. They were very different.
Well, I guess
At
my
various
notes are wrong.
points, Opusund, you're aware that since each of the nations were their own nation, and High Kings were rare and only put into power when needed, they each had their own laws. They each had their own currency, if they had a currency at all. Patal, and certain places in the east, you believe, still operated on a trade-based economy, where, you know, items and services were exchanged, much like it does in most of the tribes now. But it appears they at least attempted to adopt a currency at some point, and
Another. I mean, I continue to say this, but we found another very interesting, unique, historical piece of history right here.
Opusand,
Aelin
I
just
think
reaches
it's-
in and takes one.
I think it's fair to assume, Opusand, that all of these temples, once we pass into the vaults, I mean, isn't that the purpose of the vaults, is to preserve history? That's what it seems like.
It does feel quite like that, yes.
Or at least that's the pattern I've noticed from the two that we've had. A very small sample size, if you ask me. Also, don't ask me where I got the term sample size. I'm just pulling this out of my ass.
Sorry.
Have you been trying to read my books behind the back a little bit?
Mildly.
Maybe.
maybe.
I
It doesn't
encourage it.
help that
I
many of
encourage
them
it.
are in Adrani, so the
Not
words I do
all of
pick
them.
up. Well, that's what I'm saying. The words I do pick up are in common.
I'll see if I can find a few more that are in common.
Well, I appreciate that.
So that's what these chests contain. I kind of want to do an investigation check and see if there's anything hidden in these chests.
Are you gonna
Okay.
dig through the little crystals?
I
Apparently.
am.
Make an investigation check for me, Aelin.
I want her hand to get poked by a sharp crystal.
You're mean.
Why?
Make
Just
an
for
make an unluck roll, Nethrisa.
an unluck roll.
I got
Yeah,
a
for your friend.
25 on investigation.
Shenanigans roll.
25.
I'll just roll a d20.
Okay. Yeah, just roll a d20 real quick.
An 11.
No, you're fine. Nothing pokes under your fingernails.
Okay.
It's okay. There is nothing hidden in these chests. It appears to have contained wealth. However, the first two contain this coinage. The last one, you open it, and this is more your guys' style, because while that coinage is defunct, these are bars of precious metals.
Oh.
Gold, platinum, silver, copper. Shaped into
Bars.
bars for use in crafting. But of course, since today, precious metals are the standard.
Bars.
I'm not going to give you a
Oh,
number because I don't have one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
I need it.
We don't need it.
All right.
Okay,
so,
maybe you need it. I don't know.
let's see. So, in this room, there are 3 chests.
Yeah, so the first two contained the coinage, the third one contained the bars of precious metals.
Okay. And then, okay, 3 chests, the little statue, the fancy paintings, the very detailed statues, and the 8 books of knowledge and the key.
Correct. You've
and
only looked at one of the books. Abasand has not read the plaque on the keys pedestal. Yeah, most of the room is filled with art of various kinds.
Okay. And then some of the statues have, like, clothing on them. And is there jewelry as well?
Yeah, some of them have jewelry.
Okay. Huh. Well, so Abasan, I think the rest just seems to be very elegant art pieces. There are still 7 books.
Yes, I did intend to take a look at these books as well.
Okay. You want to start looking at each of them?
Yes, very much yes.
Okay. Going through one by one, I'll give you the titles, as you're just kind of stopping and reading the titles. So you've already looked at the book on Glitter Silk.
Yes.
Then there's one that catches your attention, Apisand, because of the knowledges that you have. Art and Life, an Architectural Treatise.
Ooh.
Which appears to be architectural techniques of the time. There is a dance for each turn of the wheel, which, just glancing past the cover, seems to detail various folk dances.
All right.
Of the ancient prequella. There's a book titled In Memoriam, which tells you nothing, and so you open it, and there's a list of chapters. It looks like a work of fiction. There's no, in this time period, there's no summaries in the back of books, so...
Something I need to take a little more time to try to glean what it might be.
The next one might hold interest to some other members of your party. It's called From Hand to Heart, which of course tells you nothing, but as you open up the inside and kind of flip through the pages, you can see depictions of various stages in the process of crafting musical instruments from ancient Patal. The next book is called Colors of the World, and it appears to detail techniques for the creation of various dyes and powders from the natural life of the islands. Some of these techniques you're already vaguely aware of. They're not trained in yourself because the prequella use certain ones today in the festival that is currently going on. Rapi.
Wonderful.
The other one also holds significance to the current festival because it is Resplendent Rangoli, which details the history, techniques, and meanings of various Rangoli and how to create them. The last one is a bit stand out in 2 different ways. For one, the title is Numbers and Their Secrets, which... at a quick glance, the earlier chapters appear to be detailing advanced mathematics and engineering, which is very interesting. Another reinforcement that the ancient Jaina were, in fact, very advanced in that regard. The latter half of the book veers into numerology and number magic, though, as uses of divination and such.
That's interesting.
You're not certain of the veracity of any of that.
No, but at least the first half seems very grounded and honestly, again, fascinating to see just how on top of things everyone was here, or at least some were. And then to give the same breadth of importance to numerology in the latter half of the book. It's a very curious turn.
So
I was almost expecting to find a recipe book back here.
and the so there was a final plaque which held the key, right?
Yes, so then you pass on to the pedestal that contains the key. You see the key up close. Once again, it is wrought iron, cross-shaped on the tip with very intricate teeth on it. The plaque, Abusand reads, "The first key of iron, and nothing more."
I had the key.
Oh, okay. The pedestal is missing the key, because Aelin has taken it. But the plaque reads, "The first key of iron."
Okay.
Interesting.
It's
Seems like there
missing
must have been a
'cause
key
they
here
looked
at
at
some
it.
point. Fascinating. I wonder if it's in another vault, perhaps.
Oh, no, that's here.
Oh,
I
you found
yes,
one?
yes, I didn't know what it said, so I just took it, and then I'll show.
Ah,
There was
so
a
this.
second of hesitation where she was maybe gonna keep it a secret.
So this is
Classic
apparently
Aelin.
the first key of iron. I
Yeah.
wonder if I've heard
Definitely
that
in your
name
eye,
before.
Aiden.
And Aelin, are you just showing it to everybody, or you're passing it around?
I'm showing it. Yeah.
Look, but don't touch.
You go to grab it and she whoop. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so I'm thinking about using the knowledge stone on this key and on the large pillar of stone.
Oh, absolutely. I want to know what that large pillar's for. It has just this connection to the mist that feels. I need to know. I need to know.
And let's
I need
see.
to spend time with my book on more mist flow techniques.
I kind of, as a part of my pilgrimage, I learn, the cultures of other people. I might end up using a knowledge rune on the uh, dance for a turn of the wheel.
Oh, I could help you translate this, or at least
Oh,
understand it.
yes, maybe a little. And the glitter silk sounds interesting too.
Oh, truly, it does. Yes.
So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and utilize reveal hidden knowledge. Hold on. I think I'm just going to go for let's see. Reveal knowledge should be good enough for the key, right?
That's up to you.
Oh. Because I would like to use the reveal hidden knowledge for the large pillar and the mural.
So you have two stones that are
reveal
control, hidden knowledge, because you had yeah.
Yes.
So very detailed information, and you get to pick what you get.
Yes.
So you have two of those.
Okay, then I will use that on this key. Control reveal hidden knowledge.
Control, reveal, hidden knowledge. Okay. You take the stone and press it to the key. The moonlight glows from the runes, passes over the key, and drips back onto your fingertips, and that's where we're going to take a break, because I really need to pee.
Okay. Ah!
So
What is
I
it?
leave you in suspense.
That's what it says on this. That's what it says here.
Depending on how intense this key, I'll go to the bathroom. Never mind.
Yeah. So we'll be right back, everybody. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. There's more interesting lore in just a minute. Mwah. Alright, everybody, we are back from break. Hello! Thank you all for sticking around. We are just sitting and players are asking some clarifying questions and discussing the contents of the vault, so we'll continue that. Aelin, you had a question?
The key information, if you can DM it to me.
Ah, indeed. So that's gonna take some typing. Well, send to me first. Because this combination had the control rune on it. Go ahead and tell me what information you are seeking from this key.
What does this key go to? And, or let's see. Well, I'm trying to think how I want to word it.
In the meantime, would it be okay to ask if I can see if there's like, is there like a map? I know it sounds bad, but do you think it'd be terrible if I were to grab like, is there like a matching set of like jewelry that might go well, like in gold with like the white outfit that's on the statue?
Yeah, it's wearing a set of jewelry that goes with it. Not gold, but the chains are made of a topaz crystal and have pearls set into them. There are lots of chains. It's like you know the chains with like the finger rings and wristband and everything that dangles over the hand, those sorts of things. It has those, and a headdress made of chains as well. But yeah, it seems to be in the same theme.
Okay, it doesn't. Does it seem like it's a like a religious or like not religious, but like a cultural, culturally significant outfit?
I
Like,
don't
would it be
think that you would
inappropriate?
possess the knowledge to really be able to identify that. It's certainly unique. It doesn't look like anything that's... Except maybe in, like, the cuts of the fabric and certain styling. That, you know, looks similar to what you've seen being peddled around at Rapi. Around Astadash, but, like, the material is, like, nothing that you've ever seen. And it's very ornate. Okay, let me send this message to Aelin.
My question would be, where is the, location of, where this key would be inserted and unlocked? Or where is the location
to this key
for, yeah. Because I don't necessarily need to know what it locks. I want to know where the lock is that this key goes to.
Okay. Go ahead, yeah, so you'll get that information. Go ahead and make a Moonrune check to see if there's any additional information that you might glean alongside that.
19. And while Rex is working on that, I will type up a list for you guys, so you can kind of see and hopefully give you a better idea of what options you have.
Also, in the room with life and death, on the life side, it was the 2 books and the terrariums, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There was something that you guys didn't check back in that room.
Oh, the life and death room?
Yes. On the north
The
side, there was around the ballista formed like a semicircle around a electron that had a scroll case on it.
Oh, we should probably check that out.
There you go.
Oh god, I just saw the cliff notes of that message and I'm like, whoa.
It's not a very long message, but it is very specific. Okay. What else is going on in this room? Now, Theresa, are you taking that clothing and jewelry?
I think. No.
Okay.
I want to be respectful.
Okay. As a note, the garments are beautiful. If you were to wear them, if you were to wear, let me. No. That wasn't the point. While the garments are beautiful, you certainly could not wear them anywhere in Otherian. It would be like you have your tits hanging out. The silk is translucent. You can see everything through it.
True.
They would only be appropriate in the tribes.
And the tribes aren't really my biggest fan right now, so.
At least not here. Not today.
So those are the items that we have came across. And then there will soon be let's go look at the scrolls. So we will...
Actually, now that I'm looking at this, Cadre.
Yeah.
I know that it's probably not your specialty and there's plenty more things important to do, but if I were to collect and keep some of these crystals in this chest, do you think it'd be possible to make some sort of a wind chime with them? They make a beautiful noise clinking together.
That would be an incredibly expensive wind chime. Just saying.
Well, I'm an incredibly expensive woman.
For the, if you're talking about the coinage, the crystal used for the coinage is crystal, not precious gems. Well, some of them are. But you do notice, like, in the ones that are definitely like ruby or emerald, there are impurities. So it looks like they would use for coinage the type of crystal that wasn't good for forging or magic.
Oh. Listen, I'm just a simple woman who wants pretty clinking rocks.
Oh, okay.
Oh man. This, man, I'm gonna sit on this forever. This key.
Oh. You know what? Yep. I think I'm gonna take just a good amount of crystals.
Okay.
You know, for possible crafting later.
Okay, you scoop up a little bag full of crystals.
I like noticeably took one. Let's see. Let's go and check out the scroll. So we're
Alright then.
gonna go there and then come back.
Sounds good.
There we go. Sorry, people are messaging me privately.
We're all like, meh.
Y'all and your secrets.
Well, I got this key.
Indeed you do.
I swear I'm gonna have to use like so many knowledge runes on this. Okay.
Okay. Just checking things. Okay.
Yep.
Got it. So then, you head back to the opposite side, the left side of the chamber, with the life and death room, correct?
I believe that is what we're doing. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Proceeding across, are you just beelining for that scroll that you didn't look at before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So you move to the scroll case. It's not super intricate, but it is fairly fine. The craftsmanship on the scroll case is very nice, and it looks like it's like the paper inside is attached within so that you could unfurl it, but it stays attached to the actual casing.
All right.
Are you opening it?
Yes.
Okay. You begin to unfurl it. You see it is written in Adrani. There are a number of diagrams on it, and for those of you that are magically inclined and trained, such as Cadre and Apusand, this is not a spell scroll. You know that immediately. Cadre, you would immediately recognize, because of your previous roles, that a lot of the diagrams look like they are talking about the construction of the special ballista, and it looks like the techniques for making the bolts as well. You can't read them, but the diagrams, you can see it.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Well then. That's incredibly useful.
Abusant, with your ability to read Adrani and any text, as you finish unfurling it, it's a couple feet long, it's very detailed, but up at the top, it's labeled as the techniques for construction and forging of crystal rain and crystal rain catapults.
Let's see.
Abusand, are you with us?
I didn't realize the mic was up. I'm sorry.
Ah, no worries.
It's crystal rain and crystal rain catapults.
Mm-hmm.
How to make them.
Additionally,
seems...
past all of the diagrams for the crystal forging techniques for the crystal rain itself, there are 6 images of the crystal rain ammunition in the 6 different colors that you see on the shelves and details on them. Would you like to read them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Taking a bit of time, a couple of minutes, to peruse through and really get your facts straight. Each of the different colors of ammunition seem to be keyed to a particular element. It seems that they're made out of particularly volatile, elemental, aether-aspected crystals. The 6 types that can be made and that exist on the shelves. Beginning with fire, when launched, it will... Okay, well, let's start from the beginning. When these projectiles are launched, the triggering mechanism on the crystalline catapult strikes the crystal, which, because of the forging process, which has compressed many of these shards together in a volatile arrangement, immediately begins the reaction that will eventually make them burst. It then instantly launches it into the air. If aimed correctly, it will explode at the apex, and because these are forged directionally, if it's been loaded correctly, it will scatter the crystals and their element down on the ground in a radius. The first one, the red crystals, are fire. When it bursts at the apex, it will send flying fiery debris, melting crystal, down onto the ground, which splashes in a 10-foot radius wherever shards land. The particular spread is dependent on the height when it bursts, but it can range from 100 to 200 feet wide. That's the same for all of them, depending on how well aimed it is.
Dang.
For the fire, it acts almost like napalm, remains on the ground for a minute, and sticks to enemies. Any creature that's caught in it will be caught on fire, and it can take a round or 2 to put it out.
So we've found murder crystals.
Yes. These are
Alright,
siege weapons.
Studying.
Awesome.
The next one, the blue crystals, are ice. When it bursts, freezing charges descend on the field, scattering across the ground and slicking it. Any creatures that are passing over areas that have been slicked, treated as difficult terrain, and must make saving throws to stay upright. Creatures hit by the rain make a saving throw or are frozen solid until a strength saving throw, which is repeated on each turn, frees them. Next is earth, the yellow crystals. Wherever the charges land, the earth becomes disturbed. The ground ruptures and explodes upwards, sending creatures flying and knocking them prone. Jagged rocks burst up from the ground where the charges impact, creating obstacles that must be surmounted or avoided, and creating cover. This is particularly good against siege weapons, because the bursting earth can subsume parts of them or crack through the wood and stone from which they are constructed. The purple crystals are lightning. It is... Unlike the others, which last for a while, the lightning is instantaneous. When it bursts in the air, the shards of crystal immediately become bolts of lightning, and rain chaotically down in a designated area. Though the effect is instantaneous, it is devastating when properly aimed, because if a bolt strikes an enemy that is wearing metal armor, it can potentially chain to other creatures that are also wearing or wielding metal. The damage is severe. However, it doesn't affect siege weapons at all. The white crystals are light. When it bursts in the air, arcs of light rain down like fireworks, pinpointing the ground in the radius and bursting in flashes. Any creature within 10 feet of a burst must make a saving throw, Constitution, or be blinded for 1d6 rounds. A creature that is hit directly by one of these beams is subject to the blinding effect with no saving throw and takes force damage as well. However, since the beams are pinpoint, it's much rarer than the other types to actually be struck directly. However, it's incredibly disorienting for the enemies. Also disorienting is the final type of charge, dark. When the charge bursts, it sends motes of darkness raining down on the field. These motes burst loudly in a 10-foot radius, causing wells of gravity for a short period. Any creatures that are caught within the wells must make a strength saving throw or be pulled to the center and knocked prone. The wells will last for 1 minute and deal 1d4 force damage per round. Creature can attempt a strength saving throw each round to regain their speed, otherwise it's at 0. Creatures in the well cannot see past 30 feet, as their vision is highly distorted by warping gravity, and they are deafened by the continuing noise. Siege weapons caught in the wells are crushed by the force and damage, making them non-functional until they're repaired.
Dang.
Interesting.
That's
Your
a
siege
lot.
weapons. No.
We need to definitely pass those along to be utilized in the war to come.
No kidding.
So, I don't have exact mechanics for these for the record, because I'm not going to write them until I write the,
War stuff.
yeah, because it'll be included in there.
Yeah.
But, there you have it.
All
I
right.
feel like we need to let
So
a few
this was
people
just
know.
the crafting scroll, basically?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
It does detail how to create the crystal rain catapults as well, just to be clear, because you do have to use crystal rain catapults. These don't fit into standard ballista.
Does this mean that Abusan can now craft these with his spell now that he knows the siege weapon?
Oh goodness.
I mean, he hasn't memorized the method of crafting it, but if he doesn't need exact knowledge on how to craft it, so if he were to spend enough time with the scroll to gain a cursory knowledge, then yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say a couple of hours.
Okay.
Oh, Abusan. You study those, and then you can make more!
Well, giving enough time, yes, but I think we're a little short on time.
We have several days.
True, but I think, well, that's one thing to focus on, and the other is to.
Well, that's assuming that things haven't been accelerated. I mean, there was the
Yes.
attack.
We can't assume that we
While we
have
were gone.
as much. We can't assume we have much time.
We have an
But if we can-
estimated 12 days.
That's the key word there, Aelin, is estimated.
We
I
need
imagine
to
a
at
few
least
hours
ensure-
may be granted, especially for the situation, but we need to
Well,
we need to fully learn what's going on the outside as well.
Certainly. I think if we can get some of these up and out and use them in defense, that'd be great. If they have enough time to learn how to make them as well, that would be incredibly useful. And if I can learn as well to aid in creating more of these, then that would be incredibly
mean,
useful.
They focus on creating the bolts, and then you create the siege weapons instantaneously once however that spell works. And then later on, after the war's over, if they want to learn how to make the siege weapons, well, it's theirs.
That is true.
Right.
Okay.
So, I think, can we identify the Emerald Amulet and the Flower Staff?
Sure.
And also, while you identify those, I pull out my Moonstone, and I pull out the Image Capture Stone, and I shine the moonlight through.
Ah, okay. So you sit down to begin to identify the objects that you found in the chamber. Aelin, you pull out the moonstone and Isilme, and the light begins to shine, and you hold up the crystal and shine it through. As it shines, you have to turn it so that the image is being projected onto a wall. But you do so. Captured within is a snapshot of... It appears to be a city. Let's have... Cadre is busy identifying, so let's have everybody else, anybody who's looking at the image, make an investigation check. Apuson, you have knowledge in Jaina architecture, right?
I do, actually, yes. That's a very specific ancient Jaina architecture.
Okay. That could apply if you want to spend points on that instead.
I do.
Nethru, so you're breathing in your mic again.
Let's do 3.
Oh, damn it.
3 points. Let's learn.
3 points, and Aelin got a 25. Fabulous. Aelin, you begin to turn the crystal to get like that 360 view. At one point on one of the streets, you do catch who you would assume to be the person taking the image. There's a male hawk, middle-aged, in some nice clothing, it appears. Color is not captured in this form of the crystal, at least. And it looks like he's just retracting his hand from casting a quick spell, which you assume would be to trigger the crystal. He stands on a path of stone with these big crisscrossing artistic chains that wrap up to a ceiling of volcanic stone. The pathway and the buildings around it are suspended in midair. Apusand, the architecture of the city. You spent 3 points?
Yes.
So, while you haven't seen anything quite like this, everything in this image, as you turn it and you see there are shops, there are people moving about on the streets. It's just city life. Daily city life. All of the structures are suspended from the ceiling of a cavern. Parts of the cavern are open to the sky. You see, as the image turns past the figure, there's a big opening, you'd say maybe even hundreds of feet wide, that opens up in clear sky and casts light down into the space. But everywhere, these crystal and stone pathways are suspended from the volcanic stone ceiling. Some of the buildings look almost like they are woven, some out of wood, some out of crystal, in, you know, the very interesting crystal forging techniques. You've seen the kind of crystal forging techniques used before in ancient structures of the Jaina. It's often stronger than metal, and because crystal was plentiful in the regions that the Jaina existed, they used it often for reinforcement. But here it ends up like weaving almost like these hanging baskets, like certain birds weave their nests, but massive, to form whole buildings. In the background, you can see figures flying through the air. Of course, the Prikwala are a winged people, so likely this was a part of their daily life. Whatever city this is, it's bird Jaina almost as far as the eye can see. But you don't recognize the city.
Would it have looked similar to the one that I was trying to discern in the previous rooms? The one with the 3...
Well, interesting that you should mention that, because as Aelin finishes rotating the crystal to the last unviewed portion, another path extends out in the distance. A big thoroughfare with all kinds of dangling structures and hanging gardens on either side of it, and in the distance, not hanging, there is a ledge that rises up. You can't make out the lower portion of the structures, but you do see the top of 3 ziggurats.
My goodness. The city that we're trying to discern. The hidden prequel of the city. It was in a cavern, in a cave.
Oh, a cave? I thought this was outside.
No. If you can look at the details here, it looks like every single one of these structures are suspended from the ceiling. It seemed.
Oh.
So this was an internal city. This was an internal hidden city. You wouldn't even know there's foot traffic per se because there wasn't any reason for it. An ancient city hidden within a cave with 3 ziggurats past a thoroughfare. Where could this be? We need to find. Look at mountains in the region.
We will probably show this to I would actually like to show it to Liliana, but I would also like to show it to the Prequella leaders.
Yes.
Also,
Before we
As a
get much
question-
further, you did spend 3 points, so I will say, particularly in the path and anywhere that you see stonework incorporated into these buildings, the mandalas and the like fractal carvings are very reminiscent of the architecture of Batal, the ruins that you found on the island. It's just the hanging structures and like the basket weaving style is nothing that you've seen before.
So this is the main. You say more like the main island, then, or Batal. So Batal, getting writing these things down. So this is definitely Batal.
It's the techniques used in some of the structures, I'm saying, are similar to the ones used in the ruins that you're familiar with on the Booty Archipelago, which are part of the Batal. You know, the current settlement that you're in, Astadash, is set in the cenote on the ruins of the capital city of Batal.
Okay.
Which Batal was the nation, but the way that the Jaina worked, they had a central city and then smaller outlying settlements for each of the nations. So generally, when referring to them, like the name of the nation refers to the capital city and the nation itself.
Okay. This gives some answers, but it does bring more questions as well.
As to
Hey,
lots of
Aelin.
things.
I don't suppose you could use instead of on the tapestry, perhaps you could use one of your runes on that stone there to reveal where the picture was taken.
So the thing is that the tapestry is a lot more interesting to me. First of all, what happens when we know where and what this city is? Like, we know about it. Are we gonna go there? There's nothing that would have a reason for us to go there. I think the more interesting thing, the interesting thing about this city is those runes and that image of whatever that woman was. That's what's important, I think.
Very briefly, I would like to rewind to just mention that you said that finding a hidden city of the ancient Jaina people isn't important. Is that what you're getting at?
No, that's just not the most important thing.
I feel like Opusand would disagree with you.
Okay, here. I'll do this. I am just going to simply would the knowledge rune tell me about the image in this crystal, or would it just tell me the functionality of this crystal?
That just the knowledge rune? Just the knowledge rune would tell you about the crystal.
Okay.
Because it
Reveal
is the object.
hidden. My more potent moon runes needs to be used on that mysterious stone slab. The other moon runes that I have are not strong enough or capable enough to let me gain that knowledge. Maybe on the mural, but...
I was just a suggestion.
Yes. So...
Speaking of which, Actually, question out of character. How long have we been in this secret temple?
I think at
portion?
least 30 minutes.
Um,
Going on 40.
Oh, with the items that are being identified, you're going on an hour. Probably an
Okay.
hour 10 to an hour 20 once Cadre is completely finished.
I think at that point, I'm just like. Also, we haven't told anyone outside that we're still alive in here, so I'm going to briefly step out.
Okay. Alright. That's a good idea.
You all seem to be very well handled on this investigation in these rooms, and
Oh,
I need a breather anyhow.
were you at least gonna take some money?
What? No. I'm all right. I did scoop up some of those crystals.
Okay.
I'm quite all right. I will return shortly. I do want to know what's going on with that strange tower of sorts.
Yes.
But I think that the people outside probably want to know that we're all right.
Good idea.
I'll be back.
I guess you could also inform them about the history down here too. That belongs to the Prequella.
Right. All right. I shouldn't be too long. All right, but I don't know if anyone's out there waiting for us in the temple or not. So it
Okay.
might be a minute. Also, just as a note, I think because it's the same day, I still have my disguise up, right?
Yeah, because it was a physical disguise, so
Right.
you're still wearing it. It's a little bit waterlogged. Some of the makeup's running, but, you know, you dried yourself off, prestidigitated yourself, so the disguise still functions.
Right.
Just
right.
looks like
and
you've been through
I
hell.
still have the pin that mainly like dealing with the hair.
Mhm.
Probably just yeah. Anyways, I will go out and put my hood up a little bit. And I will try. I will leave this portion of the temple.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, so you wander back out into the Hall of Famrit, turn towards the doors that had sealed when you entered, and make your exit. As you walk in that direction, what are the rest of you doing? I know Cadre is identifying. Cadre, which item did you start to identify first?
The green crystal.
Green crystal.
Or the
Okay.
amulet.
All right. With yeah, so you would finish your identification on that. The amulet is known as the Amulet of Currents. When attuned, the wearer gains water breathing and a swim speed equal to their walking speed. If you already have a natural swim speed, it is increased by 30.
Wait, if you already have a swimming speed, it's increased?
Yes, for a creature that already has a swimming speed, the swimming speed is increased by 30.
Oh.
All right.
And then you begin identifying the staff.
Yeah.
Abisand and Aelin.
So Abasan, what knowledge do you particularly want to know about that large slab of stone?
Well, I do want to know where this purported city is located, but I think we might be able to discern that with what you've just learned, potentially. Perhaps what it also implies, since it started to trigger something in my head.
For clarity, I believe that she was asking what you'd like to know about the Pillar of Stone.
The pillar. Okay, sorry, not the. I thought like the stone tally back there. Like okay, but the pillar of stone. I want to figure out what it's used for. My first inclination is.
What is the purpose of that stone? Would that suffice?
I think so. I mean, I imagine it has something to do with mist flow, and the only mist flow thing I know right now is travel through ley lines. and makes me
Alright.
wonder if this is some maintained delay line to some unknown hidden location somewhere, perhaps.
Okay. I will ask what the purpose of that stone, or yes, what the purpose of that stone is for.
Thank you.
And I will use my control reveal hidden knowledge.
Okay, so you make your way in that direction. Before that happens, Nethrisa, you step back out into the chamber where you saw the mural where Rinkash appeared before all of you. Around the corner, down the cavern hall that leads back out to where the tapestry hung, you do hear like muttering voices, just overlapping, speaking in hushed tones. You tread in that direction, and as you round the corner, you see a number of figures. There are 3 moon elves here, one of which appears to be the tall figure that granted you a water breathing. They are speaking softly to the other 2 moon elves, and behind them are a handful of Jaina, all in the same attire of the priestesses of Minesh. And they're whispering among themselves. As you round the corner, all the heads turn towards you. The priestesses go silent, and kind of pause, examine you, and then back off further into the chamber, but the figure that had cast the spell on you steps forward. Is everything alright?
Alaron.
Yes.
Yeah, Alaron.
Apologies for the delay. They're all very interested in everything that has been revealed in there, and they got a little carried away. We are all well and fine.
Thank Alunar. I had worried for a moment that I had sent you all to your doom. We heard noises, and there was the sounding of horns. It could be heard from the settlement above. But everyone is safe and whole?
Yes, there was indeed a battle, but it is won, and we are healthy.
I am glad of it. Thank Alunar. I shall go and inform the others above. There was a gathering crowd, I believe, and
A gathering crowd?
Well, as I said, some of the noises could be heard from the settlement above. I believe some of the citizens grew concerned. The leaders of the tribe are handling it, keeping people out of the temple.
Probably for the best. But yes, Aelin wished for me to pass along a message as well.
Yes.
She asked me to let... Aelin, you asked me to tell them to inform the leaders of the Prequala tribe that there is important history down here that they need to investigate?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I convey that.
I understand. I will let the leaders know immediately. They may not have the time at the moment to come examine it now, but... when you emerge, it may be best to do so with the whole group.
Right. I'm well aware of my... Yes, I get... Yeah. Very well. I should be returning to them there and looking into something mystical and, mysterious, so... Right up your guys' alley, so... I'm gonna go and see what that is.
Take care. I will inform the leaders. And he turns and begins speaking again in Avalon to the other 2 moon elves. The priestesses, kind of overhearing the conversation, have scattered along. But the 3 moon elves turn and synchronize the ropes, flowing gracefully around them, and then they begin to sweep out of the room, gliding practically. seeming almost to cast a light around them as they move.
As they do that, I'm just like, that's fucking nuts. Like, how do they... The rhythm is just... I'm getting distracted. And I turn around dancing.
It's perfect. They don't even need to... Like, you've seen soldiers march and they call out so that they're walking in perfect lockstep. They do it without even speaking. It's just
the
like
rhythm
instinct.
is like they're breathing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, damn.
So mysterious.
It's fucking wild.
Yeah. So then you turn around and return to the chamber. Okay, Aelin, you head back to the pillar. Let me check volume here. So, switch back to the other music. The canopic being.
Mm-hmm.
Should I stay on the other music since I'm in the other room?
Well, I'm narrating scenes, so you can swap if you like. It's up to you.
Okay.
Aelin, you step into the room. And it's, you know, that eerie transition from the brightly lit chambers to this dimmer one with the ominous pillar in the center of the room, the crystal filaments across its surface pulsing with random chaotic bursts of light. You step up in front of it, and you focus on the knowledge that you would like to glean. And your question was what again?
What is the purpose of this stone? Or would I say, like, I mean, what is it? Like, what is the purpose of this pillar? I guess, because I don't want to be like, the purpose of the stone was to hold magic. Like, you know.
Your runes work off of intent. It's not like, you know, a devil's contract. Your wording doesn't have to be precise. What is your intent?
Yeah, what was the intended purpose for whatever this, you know, structure is?
Okay. So you focus on this, kind of mutter it under your breath to focus your mind on that question, and you lift the stone and reach out to press it to the pillar. As the stone draws close, the pulsing light in the geometric crystal across its surface grows more intense quicker, and then seems to focus around the point that the stone is nearing. And as you get about a half an inch away, there's a force that presses back against you, like a force field. And from the stone in front of you, there's a rising whine, and then a burst of force that sends the stone in your hands flying back. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit. No fair. No fair. Do. 20.
20? Okay, so you dodge out of the way of the stone that is launched like a bullet at you, and it crashes into the wall and shatters to dust. And the hum, the whine fades, and the pillar returns to normal.
Instead, Aelin then will slowly draw her hand closer to the pillar.
Okay. You reach out towards it with your fingertips?
Like the palm of my hand.
Okay. Are you touching it?
I get close.
Okay, so you get as
And-
far away as your knowledge stone was, and the pulsing light seems to gather and conglomerate near your hand. You don't feel the same force this time.
Then I will go and place my hand on the stone.
Okay. Your hand connects, and there's a and as the light all like flickers in, you kind of see it's almost like sparks on your fingertips. There's like a static, and then you snap your hand away as it shocks you, and all the light kind of flitters away back down the crystals. You take 1 point of damage.
Ow! Fuck. It sucks on my finger. I look back in the direction where, like, my stone got shattered, and she's just like, damn it.
There's just this white mark of dust on the wall.
Do I know the intent and purpose for this chamber, then?
No. Whatever protections this pillar has, it strongly rejected your attempts to understand it.
Opposant! You need to touch this pillar!
That sounded vaguely concerning, but I will take it at face value and walk into close to this pillar itself, yes.
Okay.
And then, whenever you walk close, Aelin, like, brings her hand close to the pillar, to this large stone slab, but she doesn't touch it as the energy kind of, like, you know, gets close. Did I get shocked after I touched it, or was that just getting close?
That was when you touched it, yes. It's like the light gathered around your fingertips, examined you, and then rejected you.
Okay.
I will
This-
definitely-
Look. I hold my hand close, but I don't touch it as the energy kind of, like, gathers around my hand. It looks like it wants to examine me.
Opposant.
That's curious. Yes.
For you, looking at the pillar, there's those like oily bubbling strands, this corona of mist that seethes off of it. When Aelin holds her hand close, it kind of gathers. The arcs start to gather, and they are kind of like scraping and passing over her hand, wrapping around fingertips, almost like it's reaching out and touching her.
It's alive to me. That's interesting.
And then she pulls back and goes forward, and she's like, I think if you're able to see whatever this is, that it is maybe connected to you in some way. And my attempts with the knowledge rune, well, let's just say I haven't seen magic be rejected so quickly. And she points to, like, the spot on the wall.
Ooh.
Disintegrated my stone.
That's truly unfortunate.
It's just a rock. I'll get another one.
If you say so. Well then, let me attempt to touch this carefully.
So, Abasan, you attempt to touch it?
I will. I'll reach my hand out and kind of see what these wisps of energy are doing as I reach out for it.
Okay. You reach forward, but do not touch it. And you see the mist begin to gather, almost in anticipation, much like it did with Aelin. It seems to reach out towards you, wrap through fingers, scrape at your hand, and just like when Aelin was reaching towards it, that the light on all of the geometric strands of crystal throughout the stone kind of gathers and pulses near where your hand is reaching. You do feel, because of your sensitivity to magic and the mist, you can feel a tingle in your hand.
I will give it a touch.
Okay.
I'm gonna try that. See what's going on here. See if I can get a better understanding of it by doing that.
Gotcha. So, Maru, I'm gonna need a little bit of help here because I don't remember the name of the song.
Oh.
Do you remember that
what
song from Death Note with like the the discordant choral notes? Oh, that one. Do you remember what that's called?
Let me look it up.
This isn't concerning.
I didn't have enough time to do soundscaping for the session. So...
Are you wanting the big, like, intense one, or a more, like, ominous?
Send me both?
Okay.
I'll see which one I want.
Okay.
While we're doing this, hi everybody, thank you so much to the pro tags for the raid. Let me go ahead and do the shout out since we're doing soundscaping at the moment anyway. Thank you, Node. I hope you guys are enjoying the story. Sorry that we can't interact with chat right now. We're still in the middle of the session, but we'll be done in about a half hour or so. And then we can chat with you all.
So here's one, and this might be what you want, but it's kind of intense. And then,
let me...
they set up the poll and everything because they're intense.
Pause the tabletop RPG music soundscape, and let me check this out.
Wait, we spent the entire session in the vault?
Yes.
This happens. You guys like loot. So the other one then would be the one that I'm looking for.
Learning.
There's lots of lore in here.
Oh, I think this one might be it.
Yeah, lore is a good word for it. Lots of lore.
And valuables.
More loot and lore loot.
Let's see.
Do you think that was the right one?
No. There's one where they're all. It's just like a rising note of voices going like oh, like that.
That might have been from Hunter x Hunter.
It's not. It's from Death Note. I've watched Death Note 20 times. Whenever they're trying to be epic and suspenseful. No, it's not that.
Cause this sounds like what you just described. Or this is another version.
Oh, what the fuck is that? No. No, it's not Hunter x Hunter. I am very specifically looking for a song that I...
Okay, then I don't think I have the one
I
that
found
we're
it.
looking for.
1 minute. I'll drop it in Groovy.
Okay.
Oh, that might be it.
Yeah, hold on. I was listening through and I'm sorry, everybody. I'm very particular with my soundscapes. I'll just use that one because I feel like it's just a part of one of these songs and I don't want to have to give you like a specific timestamp for it. So, Opusons, pull up that one.
These are the last two that I can think of, and then I don't
worry
have...
about it. I don't want to spend like 10 minutes on this because it's boring for viewers.
This is the one that
the one that
Cadre.
Yeah, that Cadre posted. And tell me when you're ready.
I am ready. I can play it anytime.
1 second. Volume testing. Okay. And here we go. Okay. 3, 2, 1, play. As your fingers connect, there's a sudden shock through your core, like coursing electricity, and the pillars suddenly alight. All of the crystal glowing. Aelin, you watch as every inch of crystal suddenly glows brightly, and a high whine fills the room, buzzing in your ears so loud that you almost have to clamp your hands over it. Or over your ears, rather. That's too loud. Opuson's body goes stiff, head tilted back, jaw open in an expression of surprise, eyes glazed, fingers pressed rigidly to the stone as he is locked in place. Opuson, you lose sight of the world around you as chaotic visions crowd your head, flowing like the torrential cascade of a runaway river through your mind. Images and words rush past of dancing figures, flowing magic and mist, chanting, music, bursts of light, flashing in your vision so bright you think they might blind you. You are quickly overwhelmed by the stream of information and eventually give in to the flood. You can feel things crowding in your head faster than you can process, searching for somewhere inside you to rest, places to file themselves away, but you can no longer tell what is being conveyed. Images occur simultaneously, layering incomprehensibly. Words in multiple dialects overlap as though an entire chorus of people were screaming information at you all at once, expecting you to retain it all. The last thing you see snapping into view is a face you know well, for it is carved on many a statue and told in many a tale. The curling, eyeless head of Minesh fills your vision, her lips curled in a solemn expression, arms outstretched, as the flame within her open head bursts, burning brightly in a corona to every corner of your sight. And then the world goes black. Aelin, this occurs within the span of 3 seconds for you. The whine rises to a high scream, so loud that, Cadre, you're startled out of your identification because you can hear it. Now, Theresa, as you're returning to the vault, you can hear it. It is loud.
I am going to tackle him out of this if I can.
You don't have time. It's not even a full round.
Well, I'm saying that's my next action. Like, there's that, like, realization of, like, oh, fuck, okay, maybe something's happening, and then if it stays like that, I'm gonna tackle him out.
He is screaming in time with the sound.
Ugh.
The light from the crystal pours out into the room with an intensity that is like a star, and then it suddenly goes out like a candle in the wind. His hand jolts back from the pillar as it falls dark, and the wine winds down for a split second. His knees barely have time to hit the floor as you dive for him, changing your tackle into a catch.
Arms of the astral self.
Do you have the key points for that?
After an hour short rest, which
you've been doing activities.
Okay,
not just relaxing,
I did have one key point left, which is enough.
Yeah, so with the arms of the astral self, you have the strength to do so. But in the split second that you catch him and your eyes are averted from the pillar, there's a resounding crack like a cannon. And you flinch. You don't have hands to cover your ears because all of them are occupied, keeping your very large companion from hitting the ground. You flinch, your eyes close. You can stop the music.
Aelin's like, what the fuck?
By the time you look back, Apusand is unconscious, and your head snaps in the direction of the pillar. It is dark, spiderwebbed by hundreds of deep cracks across every inch of crystalline stone. And there's nothing left in the room but silence.
Cadre! Ah!
I'm assuming I'm hearing most the screaming and the loud sounds.
Oh yeah, you do.
I'm
You
booking
return
it.
to the... Yeah, so you start running back into the chamber. Cadre, what are you doing? You can switch to this music.
Did I finish the identify?
No, this would have... You were early into the ritual when this happened, like a couple minutes or so. This would have interrupted you. Would you stop to see what's up?
I mean, I assume I heard the screaming.
Oh yeah.
Well then, yeah, I would stop what I'm doing.
Okay. So you put down your chalks and everything. We'll say that you can return where you left off later, but you book it in that direction. You and Nathrisa meet in the middle of the central platform and then dash towards the room, and you rush in to see...
Bonus action dash.
Mm-hmm. So you get there first. You see Aelin panicking, Apusand unconscious, grasped in her arms. The pillar is dark. It is spider-webbed with cracks.
Oh boy.
Oh god, is he okay? I start, like, checking vitals.
What happened one step at a time?
Okay. Let me make sure
Medicine
he's
check.
okay first.
I run in.
I wanna make sure.
Finally.
I wanna make sure he's breathing
Mm-hmm.
and alive. That's a 18.
18. Yes. That is a sufficient medicine check. So you check quickly, you put your hand, you grab his trunk and put your hand
Yeah.
He's breathing. He is alive. But unconscious.
Oh, Aelin plops back. He's alive. Just give me a second to process
What's
all
happening?
that. Hoppa-san's alive but unconscious. Give me a second. This just happened very fast. Aelin kind of just, like, goes and crawls up to Appa-san and, like, kind of grasps the hand that he used to touch the pillar and looks at it.
It looks fine. There's no...
I look at
There
his
doesn't
palm.
look to be any physical damage to him at all.
Okay. Okay.
Why is it dark
So,
again?
so,
what did you do?
it's still May. Like, so, okay. First of all, this actually reminds me of what happened to Keeper Degali. She had touched an artifact of Minesh,
High
and then...
Keeper Janupri.
Oh, sorry. High Keeper Janupri. She had touched the artifact, and then something happened, and she had been knocked unconscious. So, Aelin looks at the pillar. I think that might have been a relic of Minesh. I tried to touch it with my moonstone, and I couldn't. It rejected it with intense force and disintegrated the stone, launching it across the room. Could have really hurt me.
Aelin. This is just an idea that popped into my head, and it might do nothing, but it might help. Try putting the key that you pulled from the stone into his hands.
Oh yeah, by the way, as she's explaining this, Nathrisa's going around and kneeling on the other side of Apusan.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of just like touching his forehead, making, she's just doubling back on everything Aelin was doing.
Yeah.
Cadre, it's a literal key that is inserted into something. I'm confused. What
They were
you
both
think?
in the same room.
Okay, put it in his hand and just see if
Okay.
anything happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot.
Yeah,
Doubt it
you
will,
pull
but-
out it. It's very heavy. So you pull out this foot-long rod of crystal and you press it into his hands. Nothing. He's still unconscious.
It's worth a shot.
Now, Theresa, you put your hand to the back of his head. It's warm but not feverish. His breaths are shallow but not growing shallower. Just the shallow breaths of somebody who's gone into shock.
Okay.
He touched the pillar, and then there was a massive flash of light. Him out of touching the statue, but instead I caught his fall.
Right. I mean, he doesn't look injured, and he's breathing and everything. But okay, give me a second. I'm gonna grab the sides of his head and kind of like slap his cheeks, and then not hard, just like some gentle pats, and be like, okay, Abusan, I want you to know in advance, I'm so sorry. And I'm gonna take the pin out of my hair and I'm gonna stab his finger.
Okay. It draws blood. Abusan takes 1 point of damage. No reaction.
Damn it!
I
That's not
whisper
good.
into Abusan and I kind of call out. And I also kind of want to try and close my eyes and see what I can do to maybe. I mean, I probably can't really do it, but connect to him and Aelin. Trying to like call out to him if he is in a dream, and will essentially say like, Apusan, wake up. If you are struggling in there, follow my voice and come out. Wake up. It's Aelin, your friends. You can trust me and follow my voice if there's anything going on in there.
Okay.
If you can hear me.
Make a wisdom check for me.
Okay. Why do I have to roll low on the good stuff? 10.
You are panicked in the moment, and although you've been trained to master the flow of energy in the body, and the mind as a monk, in the moment, it's difficult to make that connection. And besides, that wasn't really the focus of your teachings. At that moment, there are footsteps. You hear the splash, 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 approaching, and the whirl of ropes into the room as, God, I don't want to grab my notes. What was his name? Munov?
Aluron?
Yes, Aluron whirls into the room. I heard the noise. What has happened?
Nothing good.
My best guess is that he touched maybe another artifact of Minesh. And now he is unconscious.
He turns and
but alive.
You hear him in Avalon quickly call, "Quickly, come!" And two figures brush past him in the robes. The two that you saw before, now Theresa. Aelin, you would recognize these as the. Oh, I'm gonna get these mixed up. It's either the Gwerin Gil or the Gwerin Thul, the clerics.
Gwerin Gil. The Gwerin Dir is the wizards.
Well,
so
there's the Gwerin Thul, and the Gwerin Gil, which are paladins and clerics. Because it's the. Let me just pull it up.
Yeah.
Gwerin Thul are the Oathbound Breath, the clerics. So, you recognize two Gwerin Thul.
Yep.
One female, one male, and they sweep into the room. the robes flowing. Their robes are very beautiful. They are woven of fine spider silk, and you can see like patterns on them that remind you very much of the silverwood trees of home. It's like your meditation robes for Alunair, taken up to a 10. But they come in and in synchrony bend down next to him and begin like chanting and putting their hands over him. And as they examine and moonlight drips from their fingertips, one of them pulls back and looks up at you, the female. He's alive and unharmed, but his mind has gone into shock. There is no spell that we can do to wake him at this time. Ministrations may speed his recovery, though. We must get him out of this place.
Alright, well, everyone, let's work together.
Actually,
I'm gonna.
Alaron spreads his hands, and Aelin, you can see several of the runes, light, like water dripping up the moon runes. None of you can see them, because none of you can see moon runes. And he calls out, Ilram Mathel, and force surrounds the body, and he begins to be lifted up as he casts telekinesis.
Ah. Thank you. Was there anything else y'all needed? Let's just walk out, Cadre and Ithrisa, I guess. Get anything else that you want, and we should
No, I'm
head
not
out.
leaving.
Cadre,
I'm not
we'll
leaving
say
his
that you
side.
finish the identify ritual later, so I will
I'll-
send you the details after the session.
That's
Of the
fine.
item.
I did want to ask if I could grab some of the platinum bars.
Sure, you're speedy, so you can do it and catch up before they've even left the cavern.
I make sure to grab Opuson's History of Crystal Scribes.
Okay.
I'm just holding his hand. Oh, and I'm also gonna use healing hands to fix the cut I put in his finger.
Okay.
Oh, I also get a platinum bar or two.
Okay. Speedy folks get 2 platinum bars. I will tell you their value later.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Okay.
Let me see.
Before we end the session, I did want to ask the players and the GM if it would be possible for me to... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we're not quite done.
Okay.
Almost.
I just wanted to get it in before we ended the session. That's all.
Alright, Opuson, you can head
I'll
out
give
since
you
you're
time, don't worry.
unconscious.
There you go. Change the music for you. One of our favorites. Just because of the solemnity of the moment. Here it is. Okay. So, quickly, the Moon Elves begin to lead the way. Aluron holding his hands before him, and you can see Aelin, a flickering moon rune above his hands as he is channeling and focusing on telekinesis. Opuson's body floats behind him, and the 2 Gwerenthul are on either side, each with a hand on him. You dash off, grab some quick items. You know that the rest will be here if you need it. It's not going anywhere. And then quickly join. You pass out through the caverns, and as you do, there are the various figures that had been examining the other rooms. Several new faces as well, priestesses and priests from the Temple of Mean Esh that are gathered around and just staring down the hall, and they part as you pass through, and you hear whispers and gasps as they see Abisan's unconscious body.
Aelin kind of says, he's alive, he's alive.
But you can hear, none of you speak Adrani, but you can hear, like, them talking amongst themselves. Up the twisting path of the cavern you go until it meets with the actual structure, the temple of Minash, and you emerge through the doors. The guards that had been on either side look uneasy as you pass by. As you step out into the chamber, the hall of Minash, echoing noise and voices fill your ears. The temple has been cleared and it's full of guards from the tribe, warriors, that are flanking many of the pillars. It's been emptied of worshippers. But from outside, as you all turn to leave the temple, you can hear the rising noise of an unsettled crowd. The voice of the Priuli cuts through, as you recognize it. Settle down! Settle down! Everybody, please! I ask for your patience and calm in this time. And as you begin to emerge at the front, you can hear a couple of shouts. What was all that noise? We heard rumbling and a horn blowing, and now explosions. And somebody in the crowd, what are you hiding from us? Say, please, please, I ask for you all, be patient. Oh my God. As she turns around and faces turn, and there are gasps from the crowd, and the noises and voices just begin to overlap as they see an unconscious body being floated out.
Aelin, he's alive, he's alive.
The two clerics part off in synchrony, talk to some of the guards who form in to flank you as they try and cut a path through. But people are crowding in and jostling and yelling and demanding, we demand to know what's happening here! And it's difficult for you to push your way through until another voice, it cuts through the crowd. You hear the High Keeper, Janupri. Everyone settle! A silence falls over the crowd, and you can see them parting a little bit from the source of the voice. The ocean of people parts slowly, and through it you see a figure limping slowly, leaning much of their weight on a walking stick. High Keeper Janupri, awake and upright, but barely, is being fussed over by healers. You can hear them making demands in Adrani, but they are, like, with a weak wave of the wing, they brush them off. They continue to fuss physically, but they silence. There's much different about the delicate raven that you'd seen before, that led the dance, that was a picture of beauty. Beyond the singeing of the feathers, bandages around the waist and chest, and the big fracture on their gold-adorned beak, the most significant change is their face. On what little you can see of it, the once perfectly preened feathers are almost entirely burnt away. Where their eyes once were, a mask of brass has bound itself to their face, fusing with the skin. It sweeps up, smooth across the sockets of the eyes, and breaks into bands that curl forward like the scrolls of a violin up above their head. In many ways, it reminds you strikingly of the image of Minash itself, which is easy to see because the statue towers above you in front of the temple. The scarring on the face looks almost artistic, although you can imagine it was ghastly before the healers did their work, and quite painful. There's a soft clink, thunk, of wood on stone as Janupri slowly feels their way up the steps, blind but determined. They stop in front of you and turn to the crowd, roughly, with a little help from the healers that guide them. Everyone, I know that you want answers, and you will have them. But please, this is not the way to go about things. It is true. There are things that we have been hiding from you, but only because we did not want to disturb a time of celebration and peace. You deserve answers, and you shall have them tonight. We shall call a meeting, but for now, please, let them have their space. Like any words from a charismatic leader, they seem to ripple through the crowd, and what once was shouting turns to muttering. The crowd slowly begins to disperse, the furthest edges just turning and walking off as others just whisper amongst themselves, and the part stays in the crowd, giving you space to move through. As talking resumes in normal tones, Janupri turns roughly towards you, and the healers help them face you, and they reach out and put a hand on Abusand and lean in, their voice lowered. And shit, I forget the names that I give things again. Festival, where is it? Yes. They lean in. Take them to the Mahal. I will meet them there soon. All of you. And you believe they're addressing you three. Take care of him. There are things that he knows now, that I must know. I felt it. They draw away, and the healers help them like settle down nearby. As you can see, they're still very weak. And they sit down. I'm fine. Which they're not. But the guards turn, and the perilous steps up in front. Come, this way. And begins to lead you through the crowd. And that is where we are going to end tonight's session.
Oh my god.
I touched a shiny rock and passed out.
So,
Mm-hmm.
the thing I was going to ask if I could do was, basically, since we finished fighting him, or Emfrit, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Famfrit, there we go, Famfrit. I was basically wondering if I could spend time to learn the spell that I had transcribed.
Yes, where we pick up next session, there's going to be downtime next session.
Okay.
There's going to begin about an hour before anything else occurs, where you guys are just waiting. I believe according to my rules, you have to spend a couple of hours before you make a roll.
Yeah, I was hoping to spend I was wanting to ask the party and the GM if I could just spend a day to finish this so that it's out of the way.
Well, to ease your concerns, I will tell you that there is going to be some downtime that will occur after the talks that are going to happen. So you'll have time to do it, but that won't happen until at least next session.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna have downtime, so when we get that, then I think you can, but like, there's still things that are actively going on. Like,
that take precedence.
we're not going to be able to rush out and go straight to the Skynwitch
You guys
whenever
wanted to do
Opticon
research
gets
first,
better.
yeah.
Yeah. So we have other downtime activities that we need to do anyways.
Okay, cool.
But just not yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask because we've been rushing from, critical thing to critical thing to critical thing, so.
Oh yeah, you guys are preparing for war, so there's a lot of critical things, but
I mean, our first
you'll
arc
have enough
was
time. Yeah. You'll have enough
first arc
downtime.
was mostly downtime.
Where did I put that? Where's my etheric transcriptor notes? Why aren't they in that folder?
I mean, the spell's transcribed, I just haven't finished learning it. Or I haven't done any time learning it.
Yeah, the method for learning is also in the etheric transcriptor PDF.
Oh, I can tell you the amount of time it'll take me. It'll take me 16 hours. Because I am the creator of the scroll.
Yes.
And it is a 3rd level spell.
I'm puzzling over the fact that the PDF is not in the folder that it should be.
Oh.
Why is it in there? Okay. Found it. I'm just gonna move it really quick.
Also out of character, I think I don't remember who gave me the date, but somebody said that the Shadow Fate army was going to be arriving on the 21st. Because I have that written down. I think it was
yeah, the 21st.
Probably Aislinn. Or
I believe it may have been your scouts or Aislinn. And it was an estimate, but yeah, you have to on the night of the full moon, that is when you're able to access the tower. And then, of course, the temple, which Alunair told you is necessary to grant you some kind of boon. You're not sure what. So that'll be on the 16th. But then it is likely that the Shadow Fate army will arrive by the 21st.
Which gives us around 17 days till.
Yeah, so there's going to be downtime. Some of it is going to be spent with the Skyline Witch. But that should only take up a couple days, so.
You say that.
Well, I don't know how many sessions it's gonna take, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8 sessions in the abandoned manor that happened in one night in game.
God.
Wow.
It was fun, don't get me wrong. It was a lot of fun. It was just all that time in a creepy manor. It does things.
It does things to a person.
It does things to a man.
Yeah. Well,
Vietnam flashbacks.
Everybody watching from home, thank you so much for joining us. I hope that even though today didn't involve a cool battle, you still had fun. Thank you again to the Protags for the raid. Any of you that stuck around from the raid, I really appreciate it. This is episode 13, but hey, if you guys enjoy what you heard here today, we have all of the previous episodes uploaded to YouTube. So you can check out the YouTube, linked in the About page, and catch up.
We've got so much thick content.
Yeah.
Thick content.
Make sure you skip about the first 45 minutes or an hour if you don't want to listen to us just talking and hanging out.
Yeah, the first 30 minutes of every episode is an introduction, chatting, and then we get into the meat of it. Let's see, I can close that, I can close that, I can close that. I will send you the details of the staff as well, but when you eventually complete the ritual,
Cool.
I will tell you
value
this.
of the platinum.
The value of the platinum. I'll look that up after I finish session and raid out. But for the staff of the Tidekeeper, as it is called. I'm going to later smash out some exact details, but the basic functionality, it is attuned, grants the holder the ability to use the control water spell 5 times per day.
Wait, did you say it's unattuned?
No, it is attuned, so you
Okay,
do have to
I was
require.
about to be like, the what?
So you can cast with the staff the control water spell 5 times per day. Additionally, at will, the user can form a bubble of air underwater up to 20 feet on a side around themselves and willing creatures. Creatures may be suspended within if the user wishes. The holder of the staff may then use their movement on their turns to move the bubble and all creatures suspended in it.
Okay.
So I'll make sure that the finicky details are worked out, that the wording's perfect, but that's the basis.
Can the bubble be destroyed?
No, but other creatures can enter it.
Okay.
It's not like a force field. It just holds the water at bay and refreshes the air, so you can kind of float your way through the water. You choose who's suspended in it, so like in the water, a creature that isn't suspended would just fall through to the other side. But anybody that you choose to be suspended that is willing hovers in the middle. Yeah, so that's that.
So control water 5 times per day and then bubble at will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Well, with that,
Me.
we are going to see who we can raid out to. Thank you again to everybody who stuck around. We love you guys. If you're all there, say hi for me. If you're relaxing and listening to us in the background, don't worry. Don't interrupt what you're doing. Who do we have? Hero Zone raided us the other day. They're doing some D&D content. Welcome to the Hero Zone. So why don't we return the favor? Not hetero zone, hero zone.
Oh no, not
we don't want the we don't want the hetero
Yeah.
zone. We're too gay for that shit. They're
I was gonna say
doing-
that's like
Ooh.
physically impossible for you.
Yeah. It looks like they're making minis right now. That's cool.
Oh.
I like that. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and we'll get the raid set up, but first let's run through some announcements. Everybody, thank you again so much. We love you. We love your support. Speaking of support, if you enjoy our sessions, we have new merch made by our very own Cadridaro, aka Mako Aluvo. The banners for each of the Cardinal Argi are up on the store. You can get them in mugs. You can get them in pillows, so check that out when you have the chance. If you enjoy the content that we produce, please consider supporting the channel with a subscription. If you don't want to subscribe, we do have a Patreon, patreon.com/thegrinninggamer. Most of the homebrew that we use in our sessions, I have constructed myself, including the knowledge system, the etheric transcriptor, certain spells and items. So if you like those, then take a look at the Patreon. If you subscribe at the $3 tier, you get access to the homebrew content that's released through there. We're working on putting out the Cleric Emotion domain very soon, so there will be new content.
If I may hop in, one note about the merch. Nathrisa's banner was actually made by Nathrisa and myself. She provided the cool emblem of, was it?
Ardent?
Ardent, yes. Sorry. The symbol of Ardent that was used in the creation of her banner.
Absolutely. Other homebrew that we have used in our session, I would like to give a quick shout out to our friend Mythmaker 5e. You can find them on Reddit and on Patreon, which, let me fetch their Patreon so I don't get this wrong. If you're in our Discord server, which you can join with !Discord, then you will already have seen some of their content in the Cool Homebrew section. They release consistently new spells, items, and monsters for free on their subreddit, which is Mythmaker5e. Their Patreon is Mythmaker5e, and there is patron-exclusive content and spells and items that patrons get before the general public. So consider supporting them as well. I'm going to go ahead and start the raid. Fabulous. We will be back again next Saturday for episode 14 to pick up on these interesting threads and cliffhangers, everybody. So catch us at the same time next Saturday. After our move, after my move to Nebraska, I'm going to look into restarting the Living Lore and Homebrew Helper segments, so consider donating to our goal up top to help that move go smoothly, so that we can get back to that fabulous D&D content. Catch me again throughout the week. We may be back on Monday evening, or I may take the evening off, but we'll certainly be back on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, as always. Music, as always, was provided courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music, so show them some love. With that, I think that's all, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We love you all. And until next time, keep grinning, gamers.